is really heartening. We stand together in this call to action to ensure the full, equal and meaningful participation of women in UN-led peace processes. 25 years ago, in 1966, before Security Council Resolution 1325 was adopted, a group of very determined women in Northern Ireland came together to contest elections to decide who could participate in peace negotiations. This cross-community, anti-sectarian coalition secured 2 seats and went on to participate in the talks, playing a key role as honest brokers and securing provisions in the now famous Good Friday Agreement on key issues like victims' rights and reconciliation. Through their trusted position in the community, those women were crucial in winning public support to approve the peace agreement in the subsequent referendum. And one of those women, I'm proud to say, is with us today, Bronagh Hines. For Ireland, the WPS is personal. We witnessed at first hand the powerful impact of women's meaningful participation in peace negotiations. The participation of women in peace building is not naive idealism. Gender equality is not an aspiration reserved for peaceful countries, somehow too difficult or even inconvenient for countries in conflict. The evidence shows that women's participation in peace processes leads to better outcomes in the substance and quality of peace agreements, as well as their durability. Yet, sadly, real participation has not been the norm. Yes, we have had some bright spots. I mentioned Liberia and Colombia, to name a few, but we need to be honest with ourselves and with each other today. 2 decades on from the adoption of Resolution 1325, the participation of women in peace negotiations remains unacceptably low, and that includes negotiations facilitated by the UN. It's worth reminding ourselves just why the WPS agenda is so important. It offers nothing less than the tools to transform peace building and achieve sustainable peace. Instead of relying on the instigators of conflict to create peace, the participation of women disrupts the status quo that begot the conflict in the first place by establishing an inclusive vision of peace. By failing to achieve the promise of 1325, we risk depriving ourselves of the means to achieve peace. When something is not working, we need to change how we do it. I think it was Einstein who said, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, it just doesn't work. At today's meeting, our hope is to show our strong support as members of the UN to insist on the full, equal and meaningful participation of women in peace and political processes it leads or co-leads. We want to give concrete political impetus to the UN in making this a requirement. The UN exerts a special moral authority. For those of us smaller member states, in particular, like my own country, Ireland, the UN incarnates our hope for peace. In order to be a guardian of peace in the world, the ideal of equality, in particular gender equality, really must permeate all aspects of the UN's work. So that's why our focus today is on the role of the UN in leading the way on women's participation. After all, if the UN doesn't insist on this, what hope have we that other actors will do so? We acknowledge that there are deeply embedded structural barriers impeding women's participation, and that the UN is working in some of the most difficult contexts for peace in the world. We will soon hear from Special Envoy Geir Pedersen regarding Syria and from Rashid Jarum regarding Yemen. We 100% support and commend the efforts of Under-Secretary General Rosemary DiCarlo, Special Envoy Pedersen and their colleagues to push through on this and to advance the participation of women. What we want to make clear today is that you have our backing to press harder. We're not suggesting it's easy to insist on women's participation in these contexts. We know that. But we do believe it is necessary and overdue. Frankly, not to do so seems like an unforgivable missed opportunity. As I said earlier in another meeting today, women are not asking permission to be at the table. We're demanding to be at the table. Participation is our right. Tokenism won't satisfy that right. We need direct, substantive inclusion of diverse women so that they can influence the course and the outcome of negotiations. I hope you're going to join us today in this, I would call it, joyous call to action, determined certainly. And I look forward to hearing from all of you this afternoon, all going well, that we get through our list. So with that, I'm honored to give the floor to my friend and esteemed colleague, Ambassador de la Fuente of Mexico. Juan Ramon, you have the floor.
I'm ready now. I was unmuting. Thank you very much, dear Geraldine. First of all, congratulations for your initiative and for your leadership in this sensitive issue. Distinguished panelists and colleagues, it is a pleasure being here with Ireland as co-chair of the Informal Experts Group on Women, Peace and Security of the Security Council to commemorate the International Women's Day under the theme of Women in Leadership. Enhancing the leadership of women and girls and ensuring their full, effective, and meaningful participation in our societies is not only a moral duty, but rather an obligation under the international human rights law. It will bring benefit and progress for all our societies. Yet, as obvious as it seems, every single report of the UN reveals that women are still underrepresented in public and political life and excluded from decision-making spaces. This is no longer acceptable. More than 20 years have passed since the adoption of the Security Council Resolution 1325. However, progress in the implementation of the WPS agenda, which is a critical part of the human rights agenda, has been extremely limited. We have created a comprehensive framework to guarantee that women in conflict-affected countries and humanitarian situations have a seat at the negotiating tables, recognizing the crucial role they play in matters related to peace processes, conflict resolution, and peace-building efforts. Regrettably, today, they continue being marginalized. It is urgent to take bold action if we want to stop the systemic and discriminatory barriers that perpetuate male domination. We must ensure that all peace and political processes at the United Nations is leading in different regions of the world, ensure the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women at all levels of the decision-making process. Women in all their diversity, particularly those from marginalized groups, must be included in all stages of peace processes as an essential component of all UN operations, with clear directives to all UN staff and UN agencies, funds, and programs. It is time to set system-wide transparent accountability mechanisms in our organization that include the accountability of UN senior leadership, such as the heads of UN departments, agencies, peacekeeping, political and peace-building missions, and special envoys deployed in specific conflict situations. The Security Council should receive from them, on regular basis, information on the progress made on the ground to ensure women's meaningful participation in a transparent, systematic, and timely manner. Particularly important for the Council is to hear, if such is the case, why the UN is not able to fulfill this mandate in specific country situations and respond for the consequences of such failure. The creation of safe and enabling environments for women's meaningful participation at all levels must be a priority in the fulfillment of this endeavor, and concrete steps should be taken to prevent any kind of reprisals, threats, or attacks aimed at intimidating women who participate in political or peace processes. Systematic and meaningful consultations with women peace builders, women human rights defenders, women's rights organizations, and civil society representatives, who all are integral part of the WPS agenda, should be conducted to inform any decision and policy planning by any agency of the UN system in all conflict-affected communities. We recognize that the failure to allocate sufficient resources and funds has been one of the main obstacles to the implementation of the WPS agenda. As co-chairs with France of the Generation Equality Forum, Mexico strongly supported the launch of the Compact WPS and Humanitarian Action aimed to accelerate implementations of commitments, strengthen accountability, enhance international cooperation, and mobilize funding. To conclude, let us be clear, colleagues and friends. Without real accountability, there can be no real progress. The time has come to carry accountability forward with the full support of the Secretary General, a gender champion who is persistently advocating for the advancement of women's human rights. Achieving an equal future in a COVID and post-COVID-19 world is possible. We are sure that this is the organization to lead that process under the leadership of the Secretary General with the support of member states. I believe, indeed, we can accomplish it. Thank you, Geraldine, and thank you very much.
Thank you indeed, dear Juan Ramon. I take from that call of action that the time is now, the time is right, and we have our pathway laid before us. So thank you very much. So colleagues, I'm just going to say a couple of words on housekeeping before we begin to hear from our four outstanding briefers this afternoon. Just to say to you, for the moment, only the briefers will be visible on screen. Juan Ramon and I have been there with them. Other participants on this call are on mute with cameras off. But as we proceed through the event and come to statements by individual member states, your camera and your microphone will be enabled when your turn comes to speak. And I will give you notice. I'll speak to the next couple of speakers ahead, so you're in pole position, ready to go. I'd also suggest that you display your country name followed by a personal name so we can identify you. You will see captioning on the screen. That's a capacity, accessibility, aid. Hopefully that's helpful. And just last point is that we have an enormous list of speakers. It's fantastic. We have over 50 requests for the floor. That means we're going to do our utmost to get to everyone and to do it respectfully but quickly. So now I go to the first of our briefers, our four briefers this afternoon. We will have initially Rosemary DiCarlo, Under Secretary General with the Department of Peace Building and Political Affairs, well known to all of us. Delighted to have you with us, Rosemary, and she will be followed by Rasha, but we'll start with you, Rosemary. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Nissim. I am very pleased to be here on International Women's Day to discuss an issue so fundamental to women's rights. First, let me begin by congratulating Ireland and Mexico on assuming your roles as chairs of the Security Council's informal experts group on women, peace, and security. Your efforts to bring attention today to the issue of women's participation in peace processes reflect both the seriousness of the challenges we face and the urgency of action required. Last year, as we marked the 20th anniversary of Security Council Resolution 1325, the resounding message from women's activists across the world was clear. Far more remains to be done to realize the promise of the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. And as the Secretary General recently reported, women are currently heads of state or government in 22 countries, and only 24.9% of national parliamentarians are women. At the current rate of progress, gender equality at the head of state and government level will take another 130 years. We're therefore pleased that this year's session of the Commission on the Status of Women is devoted to increasing the participation of women in public life, and that includes participation in peace and political processes. We know, as Geraldine has said, that women are essential to identifying durable and inclusive political solutions that can lead to sustainable peace. Yet overcoming the obstacles to their participation, entrenched power politics, patriarchal attitudes, and unequal social structures has no quick fixes. Comprehensive, long-term efforts are needed from all stakeholders. And the United Nations is committed to playing its part. So you may ask, what are we doing? What efforts are we making? First, we know that we must lead by example. The Secretary General is committed to achieving gender parity among UN staff. He's appointed women to serve in over 57% of senior leadership posts in special political missions, including the heads of mission in Afghanistan and Iraq, our two largest political missions. We've ensured that UN-led and co-led processes consistently include women in mediation support teams. In 2020, 40% of staff working in these teams were women. And we are committed to meaningful women's participation in peace processes led by the United Nations. We have made progress in this area, but there is much more that needs to be done. Second, we are pursuing innovative participation models. In Libya, the UN has facilitated consultations with women's groups that has led to the inclusion of more women in intra-Libyan dialogues. The UN also ensured 22% women's participation in the 75-person Libya Political Dialogue Forum meeting last November. The forum agreed to a new political roadmap with a 30% quota for ministers and deputy ministers in government agencies. In Yemen, our envoy has held focus groups with over 500 Yemenis, over a third of them women, and nearly half youth, regarding potential peace negotiations. There is no substitute for having women at the table, but we have encountered obstacles even in the processes that the UN leads. To overcome them, we have created women's advisory boards in Iraq, Syria, and Yemen to ensure that women's voices are taken into account. Members of the Syria Advisory Group are now sitting at the table in Syria's Constitutional Committee, which includes 30% female membership. I'm sure Geir Pedersen will speak more about this. We've strengthened our cooperation with regional women mediator networks. In 2020, this included supporting FemWise deployments to Cote d'Ivoire, Libya, Mali, and South Sudan. We're also working with international mediators on practical ways to expand women's participation in peace processes. Since 2013, more than 250 senior envoys, negotiators, and experts from all regions of the world have participated in the UN high-level seminar on gender-inclusive mediation strategies. Women's participation also continues to be a matter of acute concern in peace processes not led by the United Nations. The Afghanistan peace negotiations that began in September represent a significant step toward peace. Regrettably, women remain underrepresented in both negotiating teams. The UN has supported the convening of hundreds of Afghan women over several months on their priorities for peace negotiations. I traveled to Afghanistan in July 2019 with the Deputy Secretary General to hear the views of Afghan women on the future of their country. They were determined to maintain the rights that they have gained and eager to lead. They deserve our full support. My third and final point, we need sustained funding for our efforts. Every project funded by the UN's Peacebuilding Fund includes dedicated funding toward women's empowerment. Since 2018, the Peacebuilding Fund has allocated 40% of its annual total investments toward gender equality initiatives, which in 2020 amounted to $69 million. Young, marginalized, and rural women face additional barriers to their political participation. This is why we have scaled up the Peacebuilding Fund's Gender and Youth Promotion Initiative from $2.7 million in 2016 to $36.6 million in 2020. In Sudan, these funds will be used to build a diverse, intergenerational group of women leaders from remote, conflict-affected areas to meaningfully engage in peace efforts. In all these efforts, the UN works closely with partners in pursuit of our common objective of securing women's participation. After all, it is clear that more than 20 years since the adoption of Resolution 1325, the hard work of influencing decision makers, expanding community support for women's participation, and overcoming structural obstacles can only be done with the sustained political will, commitment, and investment of us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Undersecretary General. Thank you, Rosemary. I think you pulled no punches very clearly, no quick fixes here, but I think we all are very cognizant of what you described of the efforts, the hard work the UN is undertaking, but without sustained investment by all of us, we understand we won't deliver on this. So very much heeding, particularly the last point, where we all have a responsibility to support the work the UN is doing. So delighted, and thank you again, Rosemary, for taking the time to be with us. Our second briefer this afternoon is Ms. Rasha Jarum, a Yemeni woman peace builder. Rasha is the co-founder and director of the Peace Track Initiative, which is hosted at Ottawa University. Rasha is a founding member of the Women's Solidarity Network in Yemen and the MENA 1325 network, and has played really an important role in sending independent women's delegations to peace processes. She led civil society consultations supporting the development of Yemen's National Action Plan on Resolution 1325, and she was one of 7 women to be invited by the UN Special Envoy to Yemen to support the peace talks that were held in Kuwait in 2016. So we're really interested to hear now the inside story from Ms. Rasha Jarum. Rasha, you have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the importance of women's participation in peace and security by sharing the example of my own country, Yemen. I'm Rasha Jarum, co-founder and director of Peace Track Initiative. Today, I brief you on behalf of my organization and the Women's Solidarity Network, which is together represent more than 300 Yemeni women leaders. When the war broke in Yemen 7 years ago, we feared a protracted conflict. We had to focus all our efforts on building peace. Our members have stepped in to facilitate local ceasefires and mediate an end to conflicts over water and land. In Taiz, our members have negotiated opening humanitarian corridors and undertaking evacuations, sometimes tiptoeing around landmines and dodging sniper bullets to bring food to the families trapped in crossfire. Our members, like the mothers of abductees, have contributed to releasing almost 1,000 arbitrarily detained civilians. Yemeni women also actively participated during the National Dialogue Conference led by the UN in 2013, securing women's participation by almost 30% and contributing to a landmark package of rights that included 30% quota for women in all state levels. However, despite the leading role the Yemeni women have played in working towards peace, we were subsequently excluded from the peace negotiations held in Kuwait in 2016 and Stockholm in 2018, as well as all the committees established thereafter. Today, women are completely excluded from track 1 diplomacy, and their participation is limited to a tokenistic role on the sidelines as advisors that are not meaningfully consulted. Women have also been completely excluded from the formation of the new government. This contradicts the national dialogue outcomes and represents a historic failure, as it is the first cabinet in 2 decades with no women. It also contradicts the Yemeni government's own Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan, launched last May, which calls for women's inclusion. Despite the Secretary General call for a global ceasefire, which was welcomed by all the conflict parties, arms have continued to flow into the country and hostilities have escalated, including in Marib, where a Houthi offensive has disproportionately affected women and girls and caused widespread displacement. Although Yemeni women's organizations first sounded the alarm for a ceasefire to address COVID-19, our request to obtain the draft of the ceasefire agreement in order to support these efforts were rebuffed under the pretext of safeguarding the fragile peace process. The draft was not even given with and shared with the Yemeni Women's Technical Advisory Group. We have heard all types of patriarchal excuses justifying women's exclusion, excuses that question our qualification, our legitimacy, our ability to represent our constituencies, our agency, and our very right to participate in public life. However, the most frustrating justification of all is that including women will upset the negotiating parties and disrupt a fragile peace process. When we point to Resolution 2451, which underlines the importance of women's full participation, or refer to Yemen's obligations under CEDAW, we are told that ending war comes before fulfilling our human rights. We hear these excuses not only from our own government, but also from the UN and supportive member states. As mediators, we understand the challenges involved in mediation. As activists dedicated to peace, we recognize the important efforts made and share the same goal of ending conflict. But to appease conflict parties who have shed blood to advance their narrow political gains over an inclusive peace process and women's rights directly contradicts the fundamental premise of Resolution 1325. Without women and without gender equality, peace is not an attainable goal. In Yemen, we learned that exclusion from the UN-led peace process helped legitimize women's exclusion in other spaces. We also learned that a lack of political will combined with zero accountability meant that nobody could be held responsible for ensuring women's participation. We believe that the UN can play an important role in changing this unacceptable status quo, not only in Yemen, but around the world, by using its influence and resources to make the peace processes it supports more inclusive. This would send a strong message to member states, national governments, and conflict parties that the UN's value of equality is not negotiable and will never be compromised for an expedient political solution. An additional key challenge to women's participation in both Yemen and in other fragile countries today, such as Iraq, Libya, or Afghanistan, is retaliation for participating in public and political life, for advocating for human rights, or engaging in other activities contributing to peace. Today, the violations and abuses against women and girls in Yemen have reached a level never witnessed before. As noted by the group of eminent experts, sexual violence is used against women and girls by all parties to the conflict. The Houthis in particular have arbitrarily detained, tortured, and repeatedly raped women and girls who oppose them. Some of these women have been targeted simply for participating in demonstrations against hunger or calling for disbursement of their salaries. In November 2020, the Houthis also issued death sentences against 91 civilians, such as journalists and political leaders, including Dr. Nadia Al-Saqqaf a member of the Women Solidarity Network. Here, we thank the Security Council for including an individual responsible for, and I quote, a policy of intimidation and use of systematic arrest, detention, torture, sexual violence, and rape against politically active women on the sanction list last month. You have taken an important first step towards bringing justice to hundreds of Yemeni women and addressing a life-threatening obstacle to our ability to participate in defining the future of our country. To build lasting peace in Yemen, we urge the Council to support an inclusive, transparent, and accountable peace process, ensuring multi-party participation and ensure the meaningful participation of women, youth, and civil society of all political backgrounds from all regions of Yemen, including the South, in all diplomatic tracks and stages of the peace process. We also urge the Council to support the protection of women, including women political leaders, and call for immediate release of those who have been arbitrarily detained. But we need the UN and this Council to do much more. Our experience in Yemen, reflected in so many other countries mired in conflict, is clear evidence that women's participation cannot be left to negotiation or to the will of conflict parties. Doing so is a guarantee that our right will be demoted in favor of a patriarchal philosophies of mediation that reward violence. The UN must defend the standard for women's participation. Women's participation must be direct, formal, and substantive. We must have influence over the outcome, otherwise our participation is just superficial. Our participation is not free if we have to live with constant fear of arrest, torture, rape, or death sentences. And above all, women's equal participation must be the norm in all peace processes that the UN supports. To mark the 20th anniversary of Resolution 1325 last year, over 500 civil society groups worldwide endorsed the NGO Working Group's open letter calling for women's participation to be a requirement in the UN-led peace processes. Today, you have an opportunity to heed our collective calls for action and make historic change to advance women's rights. Let's not lose our fierceness in working for gender equality and justice and not compromise women's rights. Thank you, and I look forward to today's discussion.
Rasha, thank you very much indeed. I must say I'm very struck by your courage and your perseverance and what you're doing, and I really hope we can do you justice today and to use that historic opportunity that you described to try and follow through on some of the really important issues. So thank you so much for being with us. Our third briefer, colleagues, is Geir Pedersen, the Special Envoy of the Secretary General for Syria. You're going to tell us a little bit, Geir, about your efforts and indeed challenges in securing participation of women in that incredibly important peace process. And I'm really, really grateful to you that you're staying up late in Oslo to speak to us tonight. So thank you, Geir.
Thank you so much, Geraldine. And allow me first to thank you for inviting me to participate, and also for the interventions from Under-Secretary General De Carlo, and also from what we just now heard, a moving testament from the challenges in Yemen from Russia. Allow me to start by reminding all of us of the intensity of the conflict in Syria. Next week, we will be commemorating the 10th anniversary of the start of this terrible crisis. And the lack of progress in the political process, I think, is high on our collective mind. No country would emerge unchanged from a tragedy of this magnitude. 10 years into this war, the Syrian society has been altered in ways that no one could have foreseen when it started. And the impact on Syrian women in all regions and communities have, of course, been considerable. From my contacts with women's groups and visits to Syrian communities, I've learned firsthand about this impact. And let me say a few words about it. For instance, against the backdrop of all the tragedies of death and displacement that have happened, we have probably now close to 20% of female-led households in Syria. 20% female-led households. Female interlocutors have also emphasized a number of predicaments impacting them in specific ways. They tell us about the detained, abducted, and missing, which have left no family unscarred. They describe the toll taken by the loss of loved ones in previous combat operations. They speak of the aggravating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, the harsh winter conditions on the internally displaced, and they remind us of the dramatic impact of the economic crisis on women across the country. We understand from them also the scale of conflict-related sexual violence, including at checkpoints and in the detention. We also learned from them on gender-based violence all over Syria. We hear of negative coping mechanisms like early and forced marriages are now happening, even increasing. They tell us how girls' schools attendance in such settings have plummeted even further with the global spread of the COVID-19. And they remind us of the plight of women activists, many of them survivors of arbitrary detention and abuse, or relatives of the forcibly disappeared. But friends, what strikes me about Syrian women across the board is their determination to be actors of their own future, not the victims of decisions made by others. Their experience through these years of conflict means they will not accept to revert to previous ways of doing things, as was emphasized to me in unmistakable terms by women I had pleasures of meeting in refugee camps. The direct and meaningful participation of Syrian women in the political process will of course not happen by itself, as we also just now heard from the experience in Yemen. It requires political will, of course, first and foremost from the Syrian parties themselves, but supported by all of us. It was one step in the right direction when the Syrian government and opposition, facilitated by my predecessor, agreed that women should make up at least 30% in any new institution. And of course, Security Council Resolution 2254, my mandate, encourages the meaningful participation of women in the political process. It was crucial for me that as we were striving to establish the Constitutional Committee, as Rosemary just mentioned, we would insist on a 30% representation for women. The advocacy of women's groups were critical to our efforts to secure this important milestone. Women comprise approximately 28% of the 150 Constitutional Committee members, but of the civil society group, the 50 members in which the United Nations had the most direct role in facilitating in the composition of this group, nearly half are women. This is a landmark achievement that should be seen as a floor and not as a ceiling. In the week from now, I will be briefing the Council on our efforts to overcome the challenge facing the work of the Constitutional Committee, which has so far met 5 times. During these meetings, women members have constantly made important contributions across all dimensions, and the agreed terms of reference commit the co-chairs to promote gender mainstreaming. To further inform my work as Special Envoy, I continue to draw on available platforms to ensure that Syrian women from across the political, socioeconomic, and geographic spectrum are meaningfully engaged in the political process. The Syrian Women's Advisory Board, the WAB, as Rosemary also mentioned, for short, has functioned since 2016, and also with the support of UN Women as an independent source of expertise and advice from my office across a range of policy concerns, including on bringing women's perspectives and gender lens to bear on all topics on the discussion. The WAB comprises of 17 Syrian women from all walks of life, points of view, and political persuasions. The diversity within the WAB makes it a unique forum. While they, of course, not always agree, they use their different backgrounds to identify options and possible pathways to overcome difficulties in my effort to find common ground between the parties. They have shown themselves dedicated to the hard work of forging confidence and trust. It is an example of the commitment to negotiated peace that I would like to see reflected in the formal process. My deputy, Khawla Matar, and I confer regularly with the members of the WAB. Over the past year, owing to the pandemic, we have shifted our interactions entirely to a virtual format. While this has allowed for regular interaction, we must also recognize the challenges posed by purely virtual work. We will reconvene the WAB in person as soon as conditions allow. WAB members have articulated the importance of legislative reform in Syria. Syrian women shared that an urgent priority is reform of laws and legislation that are discriminatory in nature and perpetuate gender inequality. And they continue, of course, to call clearly for women's full and meaningful participation in the political process. In addition to the WAB, we also have the Civil Society Support Room, of a consultative platform with over 700 members, 40% of them women, that represents Syrian civil society, that also give us access to the voices of diverse Syrian women from different geographic areas and professional backgrounds, many whom are operating at the forefront of humanitarian efforts to meet the needs of Syrians. Dear co-chairs, in closing, the plight of Syrian women must be heard, but let us not lose from sight that their main demand is for them to be fully part of the political deliberations about Syria. The UN acts as the facilitator of an immensely challenging and difficult political process in line with Security Council Resolution 2254. That is to be fully inclusive, to meet the legitimate aspirations of the Syrian people, and to respect and restore Syria's sovereignty, unity, territorial integrity, and independence. To this end, we count on the support of member states to promote confidence between the parties and bring them closer to a negotiated political settlement of the conflict. And while doing so, ensure that women are at the table at each and every juncture so that they remain empowered to shape their own future and the future of their country. Thank you so much.
Geir, thank you so much indeed for that really powerful insight into what we all know is one of the longest running and most critical conflicts that we face today, and for your determination and your support for everything we're doing in terms of the role of women in that process. We know that you won't let us down, and that you have that as part of your natural mandate. So thank you very much again. We really appreciate it. And Geir will stay with us for a little while, and hopefully as we go, we may get back to our panelists. So I'm going to come now to our fourth final briefer this afternoon, Brona Hines. Brona was a founder of the Northern Ireland Women's Coalition and a negotiator of the Good Friday Agreement. She was a strategist for the Northern Ireland Women's Coalition. As Deputy Chief Commissioner of Northern Ireland's Equality Commission, she led implementation, and I think this is important, implementation of the peace agreement's provisions on equality and good relations. And Brona has since then really dedicated herself to working with women in fragile and conflict regions all around the world to share that experience. And her work has taken her from working with colleagues and women in Afghanistan, Syria, Yemen, Iraq, Ukraine, Colombia, Uganda, and South Korea. And UN Women appointed Brona to act as a senior advisor to the Syrian Women's Advisory Board that Geir just spoke about, to the UN Special Envoy. So Brona, delighted to have you with us. You're a really experienced peace builder and know what it's like at the coalface. So we're looking forward to hearing from you, Brona.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm really happy to share this with you. 25 years since we started the Women's Coalition. In 1998, the Good Friday Agreement ended 30 years of violent conflict in Northern Ireland and has given us 23 years of peace. 25 years ago, as I said, urban and rural women who hailed from different politics, religions, classes, and generations formed the Women's Coalition and pledged to work for a political accommodation inclusive of all interests. We were determined, like Syrian and other women, to be at the negotiating table. We wanted our say on the future and a different model of politics and governance, a model that would welcome women. To quote a coalition colleague, there is an audacity about men negotiating without women's participation. Today, the suite of Security Council resolutions on women, peace and security makes such an androcentric arrangement unacceptable. Experience taught us that the exclusion of women and civil society impacts negatively on the capacity to make sustainable peace. So in addition to gender justice, we realized that new ranks of women from the civic space would make a difference. Women brought a variety of life skills to the coalition. Many ran complex organizations, led projects and negotiated between competing interests. Participation in grassroots organizations gave us the confidence to represent the concerns and aspirations of those communities. We worked across conflict divide and found ways to manage the differences that made conflict intractable for others.
It is.
As the process for multi-party talks was being designed to embrace political representatives of armed groups, we lobbied for gender proofing. This resulted in our inclusion in the election to the talks. Throughout, we remained focused on our twin goals of women's full, equal and meaningful participation and achieving agreement for a durable settlement that would win the consent of Northern Ireland people. We argued that all parties and interests had to be heard if realistic political options were to emerge. The inveterate ingredients of adversarial politics, antagonism, bullying, sectarianism, sexism, demonizing and threatening behavior were deeply damaging. The violent language of enemy and destruction and referring to those prepared to compromise as traitors corroded the democratic process. We were called naive when we challenged hateful rhetoric, but we were far from naive. Abuse was used to thwart substantive negotiation and political progress. We interrupted this behavior and set new standards. Such transformation was also required if women were to be encouraged to participate in politics later. We worked from different starting points to other parties. Our values and principles were predicated on human rights. We had a different end point. We were committed to finding an accommodation for the common good, taking account of differing interests. As women with our own opposing aspirations for new constitutional arrangements, but experienced in collaborative practices, we redefined problems in mutually beneficial ways. We sought to be creative and innovative, explore all ideas and options, offer solutions rather than obstacles, and frame and reframe issues to assist agreement. Every effort to drive a wedge between women from different traditions met with failure. We declined to engage in positional bargaining. We dialogued through our differences. We were prepared to live with ambiguity, and experiment with various configurations until we reached consensus, much like the struggle of the Syrian women now. The Women's Coalition, as you said earlier, Ambassador, made valuable contributions to all elements of the agreement: the constitutional position, power sharing and governance, criminal justice, decommissioning of weapons, policing, prisoners, and interjurisdictional matters were all subjected to the scrutiny of the coalition's set of values and commented on. We secured provisions on human rights, equality, reconciliation, women's participation, and a short-lived civic forum. And we inserted proposals to integrate our communities, looking forward to a shared future. Alone among the parties, we ensured that the victims of conflict were recognized and included. Our good fortune in maintaining peace makes us duty-bound to share our lessons and expertise and to learn from and work with courageous women across the globe who challenge the barriers to meaningful participation. From the women in Afghanistan I was with a few months ago, to the diverse women in regions as different as Yemen, Iraq, Ukraine, and Colombia. I've been privileged to work with Syrian women and the Syrian Women's Advisory Board as the UN Women Appointed Expert on Women's Engagement in Peace Processes. With the unstinting support of Christina Shaheen in the Special Envoy's office, they've worked tirelessly for women's impact in negotiations and a pathway to peace. Through this UN-led process, Special Envoy Pedersen and Deputy Special Envoy Halo Matar can lead in breaking further ground for women in peace and security. I concur with all his comments in terms of the role of the international actors. In conclusion, a more inclusive negotiating process leads to more sustainable peace. That's our experience. Women's participation increases the probability of a peace agreement lasting at least 2 years by 20% and 15 years by 35%. Northern Ireland surpasses even this. We didn't have the benefit of the UN's women, peace and security drivers in our 1998 negotiations, but with a suite of 10 resolutions today, this provides an unassailable framework and a UN mandate. We must challenge the norm of bringing only the key warring parties to the table. We must end the tendency to give in to blocking tactics that prevent others from participating. We must end the propensity for trade-offs between male power blocks. Instead, we must reset the balance to an inclusive process aimed at holistic peace. It is simply not acceptable to exclude or marginalize women from the peace process. 23 years after the Good Friday Agreement, our peace process still needs attention, I won't lie, but there is a deep wish to keep it safe. Women's political influence has grown. Both our first and deputy first ministers are women, when just on the agreement, we had only 10% in the Assembly. Meaningful involvement in Northern Ireland delivered change. And we know that much more remains to be done to deliver the real, substantive, deep change for women here. Between 1990 and 2017, women constituted only 2% of mediators and 8% of negotiators in major peace processes. This has to stop. Transformation can happen, but only if the political will and the accountability spoken about earlier to deliver this increases significantly. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Bronagh, thank you so much. Listening to you, you can, I would almost say, enjoy the in-depth experience that you bring to this issue, but also, frankly, you know, the decades of hands-on peace building, not just in Ireland, but across the globe. So you're a real inspiration to many of us. Thank you for being with us. So colleagues, that ends the briefers' contributions, at least for now. We may try and pop back to them as we go. But I'm going to move now to our speakers from the Security Council members, starting with the co-sponsors of today's event. And we're first going to hear initially from the Ambassador of the United States, our newest colleague at the table, Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield, who will be followed by our colleagues from Tunisia, France, and then Niger. So Linda, I'm thrilled to have you with us today. I think I'm inclined to say it might be your maiden aria, but in any event, you'll tell us that, and you're extremely welcome with us today. You have the floor, Linda.
Thank you very much, Geraldine, and thank you, Juan Ramon, for convening us here today for this important ARIA meeting. And it is my first ARIA. I kept asking in the early days, what exactly is an ARIA? Now I know what it is, and I want to thank today's briefers for their insight on how we can make progress on our women's peace and security commitments and on the important work left to be done. Their insights were invaluable. And I particularly want to thank Rasha for her comments and for her courage and for her service in the work that she's been doing throughout her life. Today, I'd like to make three main points. First, the United States strongly supports the women's peace and security agenda. Second, it's time for all of us to turn our commitments on the agenda into action. And third, we need to do more to protect women, especially women leaders, from silence and violence. The United States and the Biden-Harris administration care deeply about gender equality and empowerment of women and girls around the world. We all believe and understand that women do better, countries do better, communities do better, and families do better, not just women, but everyone. That is why the United States is joining the UN group of Friends for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls. And it is why I'm pleased to announce that Vice President Harris will deliver the United States national statement at the 65th Commission on the Status of Women on March 16th. The United States is back at the UN, and we are resolute in our support for the women, peace, and security agenda. We believe that the agenda needs to go beyond mere rhetoric. It is time we translate our noble commitments into concrete actions. Women should be part of mediation and negotiation teams. They should also serve in roles behind the scenes that are just as powerful, such as technical experts or civil society leaders consulted by those in power. With so many ways for women to lend their voice to and lead in peace building, there is no excuse for their perspectives to be absent. Last October, the group of Friends on Women's Peace and Security called on the UN to make women full, equal, and meaningful participants a requirement in all mediation teams, political transitions, and peace processes that it leads or co-leads. This must be a priority within the UN. It should be incorporated into its staffing models. The UN must lead by example. And we have to do this work within our own systems too. I'm personally proud to have spearheaded one of the first dedicated funds for the United States to invest in women's peace builders across Africa. With several peace processes stalled, the world has an urgent security-based need to deliberately engage women leaders if we are to address these conflicts and create lasting, sustainable peace agreements. Finally, we need to do more to protect women in positions of visible leadership. Peace builders, human rights defenders, journalists, public officials, including those who brief the Security Council, are increasingly subjected to threats, harassment, and gender-based violence. This violence is meant to silence. We cannot allow that to happen. The issue of safeguards for women peace builders and civil society leaders is the next frontier for women's peace and security. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed, Ambassador of the United States, dear Linda. Thank you for that and very welcome and powerful contribution. I'm now going to go to Tariq, our colleague from Tunisia. Tariq, you have the floor.
Thank you, Geraldine. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the briefers for their insightful presentations, and I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to all women and girls around the world at the occasion of the International Women's Day. And I would like to express to all of them our gratitude and appreciation of their valuable contributions at all levels to make the world a better and more peaceful place. This year's commemoration comes against the backdrop of a devastating global unprecedented crisis, with all its disproportionate consequences on women and girls, particularly in conflict and post-conflict settings. For more than 2 decades, this Council recognized the importance of women's full participation in conflict prevention and peace building. While progress has been made in the implementation of Resolution 1325 and subsequent Council resolutions on women, peace, and security, the reality shows that we are still far from achieving the whole promises and commitments made 20 years ago. In this regard, women still constitute, on average, only 13% of negotiators, 6% of mediators, and 6% of signatories in major peace processes around the world. Such low levels of representation are not without a cost. Without women's full, equal, effective, and meaningful participation, any peace process is likely to overlook the particular vulnerabilities, grievances, and needs of women and girls in conflicts and post-conflict settings, which can only minimize the opportunities to rebuild peaceful, resilient, and inclusive societies. As we seek to build back better, the world looks up to the UN to lead by example in promoting women's participation in UN-led or co-led peace processes. This requires a coordinated and concerted action across all of the UN system at all levels and in all stages of peace processes. We should aim to achieve the women, peace, and security agenda through a comprehensive approach that takes into account the political, security, development, human rights, gender equality, and the rule of law aspects. Women's full and equal participation must be reflected at the highest levels of the leadership and decision-making. However, it is equally important that peace processes allow for a broader multi-stakeholders approach where diverse women and girls from civil society, grassroots movements, local communities, women journalists, and women human rights defenders are included and consulted on negotiations, implementation, and assessment. It is therefore essential that UN-led peace processes ensure the enhancement of the capacities of such organizations and groups and the creation of a safe and enabling environment, allowing them to contribute freely and safely from reprisal. Finally, women participation in peace processes must provide an opportunity to address the causes and manifestations of gender inequality that increase their vulnerability in the face of conflict. Special attention must be given to conflict-related sexual violence and all other gender abuses. Peace processes need to promote a survivor-centered approach which puts an end to impunity, ensures access to remedies, eliminates stigma and marginalization, and addresses the underlying drivers of conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence. It is within this spirit that Tunisia established a national committee in charge of the implementation of Resolution 1325, which comprised of representatives of the relevant government structures, constitutional bodies, and civil society, with women representation exceeding 50%. The work of this multi-stakeholder committee culminated in the adoption of a comprehensive and multidimensional national action plan in August 2018, followed by 14 coordinated sectorial action plans covering specific areas such as law enforcement, security, health, and prevention of violent extremism. Along with its national efforts, Tunisia is committed to continue to advocate for stronger international efforts rooted in peace-building priorities and principles that seek to protect women's rights and to ensure their full, equal, effective, and meaningful participation and leadership in peace and in decision-making processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, dear Tarek. And our next three speakers are France, Niger, and Estonia. And we're doing well on time. So just a reminder to everyone, we're in a 3-minute window to try and include everyone. So Cher Nicolas, you have the floor, Nicolas.
Dear Geraldine, dear Ramon, dear colleagues, I praise the leadership of our new co-chairs, Ireland and Mexico. And I would like to thank Rosemary DiCarlo and all briefers for their comments. The reference to the Irish peace talks was eloquent in reminding that sustainable peace cannot be achieved without women. France is proud to be among the 12 co-sponsors of this event. This near unanimous support is the only appropriate message the Security Council can send on this day to all women and more broadly to the international community. A lot has been achieved since the adoption of Security Council Resolution 1325 and subsequent Women, Peace and Security Resolution. We support the ongoing efforts of the UN to mainstream the Women, Peace and Security agenda at all levels, especially in peace processes. However, much more needs to be done. We are still far from ensuring the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in peace processes. We simply cannot accept the fallacy or wrong perception that there is a lack of qualified candidates. Women peace builders exist and have been active for years in Yemen, Syria, Libya, Mali, Sudan, South Sudan, and Afghanistan, for example. In this regard, we would like to commend Mrs. Habiba Sarabi, who was awarded today the Simone Veil Prize of the French Republic for the crucial role she's playing for women's rights and participation in Afghanistan. Women, peace and security networks must be fostered and expanded. We call on all special envoys and SRSGs to continue to work with women peace builders and women human rights defenders. Similarly, we call on the implementation of Resolution 2538 and women in peacekeeping operations. In the context of COVID, we must make better use of digital tools to reach local grassroots leaders, because we also need to hear the voices of young women and prepare the mediators and negotiators of tomorrow. We must further the nexus between women, peace and security and young youth peace and security's agenda. We also need to promote gender parity as a non-negotiable principle of the UN. And we must forcefully oppose gender roles or stereotypes. Finally, we need to support a comprehensive approach of women, peace and security, which promotes gender equality and the rights of women as a whole. France will continue to promote the mainstreaming of the women, peace and security agenda in the Council's work. We will continue to push for strong mandates and adequate resources. We will continue to support the participation of women civil society representatives in the Council. We are also happy to announce that the new compact for women, peace and security and humanitarian action will be launched at the forthcoming Generation Equality Forum, which will take place in Mexico and France. Finally, I would like to pay tribute to civil society and women rights defenders for their work in favor of the implementation of women, peace and security. I thank you very much.
Merci, thank you, Cher Nicolas. And our next speaker is the Ambassador Cher Abari of Niger, who will be followed by Estonia, Norway, and the United Kingdom. So Cher Abari, you have the floor.
Merci, Geraldine. Excellencies, dear colleagues. I begin today's remarks by wishing a happy International Women's Day to all the women. While this day is a celebration, it is a day to take stock about how far we have come, but also a stark reminder of the damaging inequality which shape women's participation in decision-making, including peace processes 20 years after Resolution 1325. I would like to thank all the briefers for the quality of their presentation. For a country like mine, nested in a region with multiple crises, the Women, Peace and Security agenda is not simply a concept. It is fundamental to sustaining peace and preventing conflict. Niger firmly supports this agenda. Madam Chair, we have continuously made commitments and strengthened the normative framework. It is time to act in a decisive way to ensure women's full, equal, and meaningful participation in decision-making and all peace processes. As today's discussion aptly highlights, the UN can lead by example. For the first time in history, there are as many women as men in top UN jobs, an achievement that shows the Secretary General's commitment to gender equality. What this also conveys is that ensuring women's full, equal, and meaningful participation in peace processes can be achieved with political commitment. In UN-led peace processes, women remain direly unrepresented. As the latest report of the Secretary General on WPS pointed out, between 1992 and 2019, women constituted only 13% of negotiators and 6% of mediators in peace processes. Despite the critical role that women's organizations and women human rights defenders play in consolidating peace and in post-conflict reconstruction, women are often absent where peace agreements are signed. Only 6% of signatories in peace processes were women. We are literally stalling the chances of sustained peace by excluding women from decision-making and peace processes. Evidence has shown time and again that women's participation in peace processes is a pillar for peace consolidation and conflict prevention. Conflicts in their consequences have a gender dimension which amplifies existing inequalities and reinforce patriarchal and unequal power structures that disadvantage women. Yet only 22% of peace agreements signed between 1995 and 2019 contain special provisions for women. Even fewer made specific reference to violence against women, which we know is an unfortunate reality in all conflict and post-conflict situations. My delegation would like to stress that while the instrumental value of equality in peace processes stands, women's full, equal, and meaningful participation is also simply a matter of justice. If peace is a collective issue, then why should it be discussed, consolidated, and achieved without women? Madam Chair, my delegation reiterates the need to respond effectively to this long-standing injustice and rights violations that not only handicap our work, but also the effectiveness of peace processes. To this effect, we issue 5 key takeaways. First, there's need to be a systematic overhaul to account for women's participation in all levels and stages of peace and security processes. We stress that geographical representation matters. Second, the UN must hold itself accountable and conduct a review of all its ongoing peace processes with regards to the inclusion of women. Actionable inclusion strategies can be adopted with regular reporting on what the gaps are and what steps are adopted to tackle these gaps. On this point, the involvement of national actors will be critical to ensure contextually relevant gender-sensitive analysis from the negotiation and mediation stages to implementation. Third, there can be no substitute to greater women's leadership and influence in positions of power and decision-making. Given the entrenched structural barriers which exist, there is a need to support the strengthening of legal and institutional measures, including national legislations, to effect sustained change. When there are more women in public leadership, they can fundamentally alter policies in ways that induce structural change. Our assessment of various interventions by women peace builders during the past year shows that one of the common recommendations is the call for the meaningful engagement of women beyond a tokenistic involvement or consultation at specific stages. During conflict and post-conflict stages, when agreements are negotiated, signed, and monitored, women need to be meaningfully engaged as actors that influence political processes and reforms, economic development, and various aspects of transitional justice and reconstruction. Fourth, my delegation as a major troop contributing country calls for the more effective participation of women in peacekeeping operations. Niger is particularly keen to see the trend for women participation in UN peacekeeping missions and police forces be strengthened. In 2016, a female officer of a captain from Niger serving in the UN peacekeeping mission in Mali, MINUSMA, was awarded a presidential award by President Obama for her excellent social work with soldiers and their families. Lastly, we believe that the notion of women's full, equal, and meaningful participation must be nurtured early in order to fundamentally and positively alter social norms, including structural barriers to women's leadership and violence against women and girls. African women have a long tradition contributing to peace building and conflict resolution efforts in their societies. In 2011, Liberian women's effort to end the second civil war in Liberia earned Leymah Gbowee and President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf a Chair Nobel Peace Prize. The ECOWAS conflict prevention framework has a specific component, women, peace and security, in accordance with the provisions of 1325. It calls on member states to adopt a national action plan to implement the said resolution. In 2015, Niger used this framework to develop its 1325 national action plan. Access to education for girls in conflict-affected areas is critical and is a priority of our mandate at the Security Council. The PRST adopted under Niger's presidency last September highlights the gender drivers and incidents of attacks against schools. We commit to furthering the fundamental rights of girls and young women for access to education as a pillar of conflict prevention, but also as a means to ensure women take their rightful space in decision-making and leadership. Nobel Peace Laureate Wangari Maathai has rightfully said, "You cannot enslave a mind that knows itself, that values itself, that understands itself." I end by stating that the idea of women's leadership and participation, which is a priority for Niger, is deeply rooted in our region's long and more recent history, where women like Sarauniya Mangu, Queen Amina of Zazzau, Nigeria, and Nana Asma Ufodio have shaped the social and political spaces in ways that cemented women's leadership as a norm rather than an anomaly. In a more recent history, the implementation of the gender policy and the quota law have provided the government a significant opportunity to appoint women in critical decision-making positions, which positively impact the implementation of peace and security programs in our country that is negatively affected by regional wars and humanitarian crises. In the current government, which was formed in 2016, women held very critical cabinet positions as Minister of Planning, Minister of Social Development, of Labor, Minister of Women's Affairs. As heads of cabinets, these female leaders have placed gender equity at the center of their respective mission with great success. This March 2021, 28% of the elected parliamentarians are women, while the quota allows a significant progress that allows these parliamentarian women an opportunity to create a specific commission in parliament that monitors the implementation of the 1325 National Action Plan. This is a very positive trend for our country. I thank you for your attention, Madam President.
Thank you, Shera Bahi. Now moving to contributions from Estonia next, followed by Norway, United Kingdom and Vietnam. And colleagues, just because I've said at the beginning we have a huge interest in speaking, we're doing two things. We're going to tell you to stick to your time, and secondly, we've extended this meeting by 1 hour this evening so that all the colleagues who have inscribed on the list can speak. So we have, if you like, the indulgence until 7 p.m. this evening. So we hope to get all colleagues speaking before 7 p.m. So Sven, you have the floor.
Thank you, Geraldine. Colleagues, the number of members of the Security Council who are co-sponsoring today's event is a clear and undisputable reflection of the strong support to women's full, equal and meaningful participation in peace processes by Council members across the regions. Estonia is proud to be a part of this group. We are, however, less glad with how we collectively have done so far in implementing this objective, which is essential for sustainable peace. Women's participation in peace processes remains low, though not due to the lack of women's initiative and efforts. We still need to get much better at combining expertise, experience, resources, and political will to achieve it. Estonia therefore fully endorses the call to the UN to show the power of its example by insisting on the full, equal and meaningful participation of women in peace processes, be it in Syria, Yemen or Libya. It cannot let down women who have risked their lives to take part in deciding their country's future. I emphasize that the cornerstone for the realization of women's participation is the protection of the human rights and the empowerment of women and girls. It is not something that we can afford to focus on further down the line, but a proven factor for a country's resilience or fragility. Women's participation in political and peace processes is too often associated with reprisals and targeted attacks against women activists, human rights defenders, leaders, and public figures. The UN system and we as member states need to follow up with coordinated and systemic measures to protect them better. Estonia is compiling its third National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. For us, it is also an opportunity to analyze and build on the experience gained on means we can support women's participation. We thank the presenters today for their exchange of ideas on how the UN can do better in ensuring women's participation in UN-led peace processes. The objective of women's full, equal and meaningful participation in securing peace is shared by countries beyond the Security Council and an essential expression of women's equal rights to participation and decision-making in public life, which we sincerely hope will be reflected in this year's CSW outcome as well. Thank you, Geraldine.
Thank you very much indeed, Sven. And we go now to Mona, our colleague from Norway. Dear Mona, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Geraldine, and thanks to you and Juan Ramon for initiating this ARIA meeting and for the briefers to setting the stage for today's discussion. Allow me a special thanks to our brave sister from Yemen. 20 years after the adoption of Resolution 1325, we are still here discussing targeted initiatives to include women fully, equally, and meaningfully in peace processes. Women have the right to participate in decisions concerning their future. Yet, there remain a disturbing mismatch between the commitments made in statements and resolution and the realities on the ground. This shows a lack of resolve, and it has been proven to make our peace and security efforts less effective and sustainable. In response, we see 3 areas where the UN can lead by example. First, leveling the playing field from the outset. We must leverage in-house expertise, including UN gender advisors, protection officers, and making full use of the convening power of UN Women and their network. Along with prioritizing early outreach to diverse women mediators and human rights defenders, including youth. Incorporating their priorities into the design of peace and political processes, and ensuring their continued involvement in the implementation phase, monitoring mechanisms, constitutional and security sector reforms, as well as DDR efforts. Second, learning from past experience. Noteworthy inclusion mechanisms have evolved in the past few years, such as the Subcommittee on Gender in the Colombia process, the Syrian Women's Advisory Board, and Civil Society Support Room, as we have heard from Geir Pedersen. These complement rather than replace the direct influence of women in formal processes. We must build on these experiences and engage with diverse practitioners like the Global Alliance of Regional Women Mediators Networks, utilizing their competence and experience. We must also seek synergies in all aspects of UN's work, in supporting national action plans, local peace commitments, good governments, and PVE. We know that inclusion is difficult. It requires creativity and steadfast commitment, together with political will and ownership by the parties. But we can build on what we have learned. Finally, creating a safe and enabling environment. Not only must we insist on women's right to participate in all aspects and phases of peace and security efforts, but we must also ensure that they can do that safely. Harassment, threats, violence against women peace builders and human rights defenders have only been increasing. In closing, let me send a message to fellow women peace builders and echo a South Sudanese female poet, Minango Kapa. Choose to challenge in small spaces. Choose to challenge in big spaces. Choose to challenge in any space you find yourself in. It will surely make a difference. We are here today because of generations of women who dare to challenge. Thank you, and have all a full, equal, and meaningful International Women's Day.
Thanks, Mona. Very powerful, poetic words at the end there we all heed. So next speaker is the United Kingdom, followed by Vietnam, Kenya, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So Barbara, you have the floor.
Thank you, Geraldine, and I echo the power of the poetry that Mona quoted to us, choosing to challenge. But can I start by thanking you and Juan Ramon for organising the discussion today, to our wonderful panel of speakers here on International Women's Day and on the eve of CSW. The UK is proud to be a co-sponsor. As we've heard, we have the normative framework we require. We have Security Council Resolution 1325. It doesn't need amending or adapting. But we heard powerfully from the speakers, and in particularly from Rasha Jahum, the cost of excluding women. So as Juan Ramon said in his opening remarks, now is the time for bold action. I'd like to make 3 practical proposals. Proposals around protecting the participation of women, around promoting the participation of women, and around ensuring their participation is meaningful. First, protection. we increasingly see violence used as a tool against women building peace. Women must be able to participate without fear of violence or retaliation for their participation. And the UK is proud to have supported the International Civil Society Action Network to develop the protection framework for women peace builders. That framework provides guidance to states and multilateral organizations on how best to prevent and respond to reprisals against women peace builders. It provides recommendations on mitigating the threats to women peace builders to ensure their safe participation in international events, such as peace negotiations and even Security Council briefings. And I'm happy to circulate those if people don't already have them. Secondly, promoting the participation of women. We need to ensure that the appropriate mechanisms are in place to promote and support women's full participation in peace processes. That is, to take down the barriers that women mediators face so we can listen to their recommendations. And the women mediators across the Commonwealth Network is one example of a group of skilled and experienced women who stand ready to deploy to UN peace talks. In 2019, on the formation of the Global Alliance of Regional Women Mediator Networks, members handed over a list of women mediators to consider the future for future deployments. Their collective effort is having a direct impact on the participation of women in all aspects of peace processes. And I think we could all multiply and magnify their voices and contributions to sustainable peace, as we've heard so much this afternoon. Finally, we want to ensure that women's participation is truly meaningful. That means, as we've heard, that women are present in decision-making spaces and can exert real influence, including on the issues that particularly affect women and girls. Because we know, as we've heard this afternoon, that when women meaningfully participate in peace processes, the resulting agreement is 64% less likely to fail and 35% more likely to last at least 15 years. Our peace and security truly depend on protecting women's participation in peace, promoting women's participation in peace, and making that participation truly meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Barbara. Real influence, as you put it, that's what we're after. So thank you very much. I now have Vietnam, Kenya, St. Vincent and the Grenadines will be followed by India. So Quy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair, for the initiative. So thank the briefers. And I would like to send my best wishes to all my female colleagues and briefers on today, International Women's Day. Cheers. In every part of the world, as active agent of peace, women have been taking up significant roles in every stage of conflict resolution. However, in many places, their admirable contributions have been under-recognized or excluded from former peace processes. We therefore wish to highlight the following points. First, awareness. A common understanding of an appreciation and appreciation of women participation in conflict resolution should be enhanced at all levels. The right, interest, and needs of the female contributors should be heard and promoted to ensure equal participation from the earliest stage of each and every peace and political process. Second, empowerment. Women must be empowered politically to be equipped with the relevant knowledge and skills and given access to full and equal participation in policy and decision-making. In doing so, we are aiming to attach due importance to the role of women in making policy, strategy, and initiative at the regional, national, regional, and international level on peace and security. Third, enforcement. International cooperation, especially on capacity building and best practices sharing, should be strengthened to enforce women participation in UN-led processes. In this connection, we call on the donor community for universal compliance with a minimum 15% of ODA to conflict-affected countries dedicated to advancing gender equality. Chair. Last year, as the ASEAN chair and the member of UNSC, Vietnam lent a strong voice to assert the role and contribution of women in all spheres of life by hosting the high-level meeting and summits on women's empowerment and promotion on women's role for sustainable peace and security, as well as the International Conference strengthening women's role in building and strengthening peace. To conclude, I reiterate our readiness and commitment to join efforts with the international community to ensure full, equal, and meaningful women participation in the peace processes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, dear Cree. And now we go to Michael, who's representing Kenya today. So Michael, you have the floor, followed by St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and then India. So Michael, you have the floor for Kenya.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and happy International Women's Day. I join others in thanking the co-chairs, Ireland and Mexico, for spearheading this meeting and commend the co-sponsors, which we are proudly part of, for championing it well. Also thank all the briefers for their insightful presentations. On the occasion to mark the 20th anniversary of the UN Resolution 1325, Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former President of Liberia, Africa's first elected female head of state, a Nobel Peace Laureate, emphasized the importance of women participating in peace processes because, open quote, experience shows very clearly that when women are involved, the durability of peace can be secured, close quote. The briefers have aptly demonstrated that there is no singular template in assessing what constitutes the success of UN-led or UN-supported peace processes. In addition, peace processes come in different structures, formats, and settings. However, what is consistent is that a comprehensive and sustainable peace requires women to be not only at the negotiation table, but also as an integral part, including at leadership level, of the entire process from formulation, implementation, monitoring, to verification. We have seen positive shifts following the inclusion of and wider participation of women in a number of situations, such as the 2003 Liberia-Accra Comprehensive Peace Agreement process, the South Sudan Revitalized Agreement process, the formation of the Sub-Commission on Gender in the Colombian peace process, the mediation role of Afghanistan women's working groups, and the contribution of the women participating in the Libyan Political Dialogue Forum. The UN is currently leading or supporting a number of active peace processes globally. The good thing, therefore, is that this call for action comes at a time when key foundational elements are already in place. The question is, how do we make them stick? Of course, ensuring the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in UN-led peace processes is the right thing to do, but we must also do it the right way. In this regard, allow me to highlight 4 points. First, we need to focus on what is working. We need to acknowledge that although much remains to be done, there has been progress in the participation of women in peace processes in fragile and conflict-affected regions where women's participation was hitherto only considered as an aspiration. We are also seeing young women and women from marginalized groups increasingly becoming the voices of peace. These case studies need to be analyzed, publicized, and supported by the international community, including the UN. Second, UN-led peace processes should work in synergy and not as parallel tracks to local mediation peace processes. The overriding trend is for UN efforts to focus on national level peace agreements. As we continue advocating for women's full participation at the formal negotiation table, women's intra and intercommunity leadership will always remain a good mirror of broader socioeconomic development and environmental issues that interlink with national peace building and security. Third, we need to interrogate the Council's peace operation mandates further. On the one hand, peacekeeping missions mandate are increasingly becoming multidimensional with the incorporation of language on women representation and participation in political and peace processes. The Secretary General's Action for Peacekeeping declaration of shared commitments also enjoins its members to fulfill this call. But the question remains, why do we still have women comprising only 6% of mediators, 6% of signatories of peace agreements, and 13% of negotiators of all peace agreements, including those led by the UN to date? What are the actual building blocks needed to actualize this call, including but beyond numbers and quotas? Lastly, as we call for the political will of national stakeholders, we at the UN should intentionally incorporate cultural knowledge and sensitivity into our multinational peace agreements and engagements, including by exploring how and what is achievable, particularly in contexts that call our attention to specific cultural and gender and social dynamics. I thank you.
Michael, thank you very much indeed. And now we go to Halima de Jong, who will speak for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we will then round up our speakers from the Council with remarks by India, the Russian Federation and China. So Halima, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we also wish to thank Ireland and Mexico for convening today's meeting. We also express our gratitude to today's distinguished briefers for their critical insights. More than 20 years since the adoption of Resolution 1325, women's participation in peace processes, including UN-led efforts, remains unacceptably low. With some 10 resolutions and over a dozen presidential statements on women, peace, and security, the Council has signaled its commitment to gender justice. These products call for enhanced, meaningful, and more recently, equal participation of women in peace building and sustaining peace. Yet, tangible gender parity, equality, and justice continues to lag behind what has come to be regarded as a robust normative framework on women, peace, and security. As country-specific and regional Security Council mandates are expanding to include WPS priorities, we wish to recognize the critical capacity building work undertaken by UN political and peacekeeping missions. All UN-led organs and agencies must consistently ensure that gender analysis guides their operations and that the WPS target on the full, equal, and meaningful participation of diverse women is achieved at every stage of peace processes. With the exception of women's involvement in peace agreement monitoring of the gender commitments in Colombia and women's contribution to peace efforts in Liberia, UN-led peace processes have failed to meet their commitments on women's participation. Political will in the form of financial and technical support within UN missions and organs, as well as building national capacity to enhance women's participation, are tangible ways in which the UN must lead by example. In short, all aspects of UN-led peace processes must symbolically and systematically ensure gender parity and justice at every stage. We recognize existing local and national expertise on women, gender, peace, and security among women civil society and advocate for their leadership in capacity building actions to enhance women's participation in peace processes. Equally, strategies to prevent threats and acts of violence against women involved in peace processes must form part of any plan of action to accelerate women's participation. Women constitute approximately half of populations globally, including in conflict-affected countries and regions. Women and children constitute the vast majority of displaced persons in conflict settings. Diverse women must rightfully lead and participate equally in peace efforts as negotiators, mediators, signatories to peace processes, in monitoring peace agreements, in transitional authorities, and in all other political and economic processes related to building and sustaining peace. The effectiveness of disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration, security sector reform, governance and reform, transitional justice, and reconciliation initiatives will be vastly improved by the equal participation and leadership of women. There must be no conditions placed on diverse women's equal leadership and participation. This must become our starting point rather than a historical wrong that we are forever seeking to redress. On International Women's Day, we are reminded of our global pledge to gender responsive, inclusive peace and development outlined in CEDAW, the Beijing Platform and Declaration and Platform for Action, Agenda 2030, and several other multilateral and national commitments. These remain our promise to transform existing patriarchal arrangements, which inhibit inclusive peace-building efforts. It is precisely because conflict-affected countries and regions are grappling multiple socioeconomic and socio-political crises that we must center gender justice in all peace-building actions, including peace processes, to ensure women's concerns are prioritized and to guarantee durable peace everywhere. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you indeed. And now I go to Thiru. Thiru, the permanent representative of India. You have the floor, Thiru, and you'll be followed by Russia, China, and then we will pop back to the panel if they have any quick remarks before we move on. So Thiru.
Thank you, Geraldine. I thank the co-chairs, Ireland and Mexico, and all the co-hosts for organizing this meeting on this very important theme, especially to coincide with the International Women's Day celebrations, though we have reservations on the ARIA format per se. India's history, both ancient and contemporary, holds numerous examples of strong women role models. During India's struggle for freedom, women were at forefront in practically every aspect of our effort. In fact, the Indian freedom fighter, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, raised for the first time an all-women regiment in the Indian National Army, the Rani of Jhansi Regiment, where this regiment fought on the Eastern Front of India and created history. Even in the United Nations, coincidentally, we have just celebrated today the life of Dr. Hansa Mehta through a memorial lecture in her name. She made a historical contribution to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by changing the words, "All men are born free and equal," to "All human beings are born free and equal." She was the only woman member of the committee other than Madam Eleanor Roosevelt. Additionally, India's Mrs. Vijaya Lakshmi Pandit was the first woman president of the UN General Assembly. India had a woman prime minister long before most other countries had one. Let me underscore that it is important that women's voices find greater say, not just in higher decision making, but also are integrated from the grassroots governance structures upwards, so that equal participation at all levels of society gets fully mainstreamed. I'm happy that in India, we now have more than 1.3 million elected women representatives at the grassroots level who take a leadership role in decision making. Our Prime Minister has called for moving from women's development to women-led development. Women-led development is also a more compassionate one. Madam Chair, we have no doubt that the full and equal partnership of women in peace and development is the foundation of a peaceful, equitable, and sustainable world, and sustains the effectiveness of peace building. UN Security Council Resolution 1325 was a landmark step. The enhancement of women's involvement in conflict prevention and post-conflict reconstruction activities requires commitment, capacity, and institutional building at ground level. India has been an active participant in the deliberations on issues focusing on women empowerment and gender mainstreaming at various UN bodies. We strongly support the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. In the Declaration of Shared Commitment on UN Peacekeeping Operations under Action for Peacekeeping, member states agreed to collectively commit to implement the Women, Peace, and Security agenda and its priorities. India welcomes the recently launched Uniform Gender Parity Strategy and sees it as a collective commitment towards implementing A4P. India is committed to increasing a number of peacekeepers, women peacekeepers. We have already deployed a female engagement team at the Democratic Republic of Congo as a part of the rapidly deployable battalion in MONUSCO. We have also pledged a woman-formed police unit under the Peacekeeping Readiness Capability System. India fully supports the UN Secretary General's zero-tolerance approach to sexual exploitation and abuse. India was the first country to contribute to Secretary General's Trust Fund for Victims of Sexual Exploitation and Abuse. The Indian Prime Minister has joined the Circle of Leadership on the prevention of response to the sexual exploitation and abuse in the United Nations operations. India is also funding a project of the Department of Management Strategy, Policy and Compliance called Pipeline to Peacekeeping Command Program. Madam Chair, Indian peacekeepers are playing an important mentoring role to prevent conflict-related sexual violence. Major Suman Gawani, an Indian woman peacekeeper deployed earlier with UNMISS, was awarded the UN Military Gender Advocate of the Year 2019. In 2007, India created history by deploying the first ever all-female formed police unit for UN peacekeeping in Liberia. The then president of Liberia underlined the contribution of the force, and I quote, in inspiring Liberian women, imparting in them the spirit of professionalism and encouraging them to join operations that protect the nation. Lastly, Madam Chair, women even today continue to be outnumbered by men in political decision-making worldwide. This must change. India remains committed to working towards the meaningful participation of women in all areas of human activity and decision-making, be it political representation or resolving international peace and security issues. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Tiru. And now we go to the Russian Federation. Stepan Kuznetsov will speak. Stepan, you have the floor.
Thank you. Cheers. At the outset, let me wish a happy International Women's Day to everyone. Women in Russia are proud to be at the forefront of the international women's movement as far as the beginning of the 20th century. In our country, women's rights and equal participation of women in political processes were ensured long before it became a rule on international level. We express our appreciation for organizing this discussion on women's participation in peace processes. The need to promote women's inclusion and decision-making at all stages of peace processes has been well recognized. It is obvious that these efforts will be more effective when they emerge from national efforts with the assistance and support of the international community. Last year, we celebrated the 20th anniversary of the adoption of the Security Council Resolution 1325 and the establishment of WPS agenda. It was a great disappointment to realize that there was no consensus anymore on this important topic. The reason is that some well-known countries seek for monopoly on the agenda, taking it away from the mandate of the Security Council on the maintenance of international peace and security and towards the protection of human rights. At the same time, they are arrogantly turning down the other Security Council members' initiatives aimed at contributing to the balanced discussion across all the WPS pillars. We'd like to remind that national governments hold the primary responsibility on the protection of the people. It is only through cooperation with the governments, states in situation of armed conflict and respect to the sovereignty that we can achieve a real progress in peace processes. A special emphasis must be made on the settlement of disputes by peaceful means in line with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, rather than the threat of or use of force. The Russian Federation has been consistently supporting measures aimed at creating and enabling environment for the increased inclusion of women in the prevention and the prevention of armed conflicts, as well as women's active participation in every possible aspect of peace negotiations. In 2020 report of the Secretary General on WPS highlighted the importance of addressing the economic inequality. The international community should pay more attention to economic reconstruction and development in post-conflict countries, facilitate the empowerment of women and assist in building their capacity to serve as a significant force in bringing peace and stability to their homeland. Women's economic empowerment, including access to decent work, is key to sustaining peace, improving their incomes and livelihoods. Increased protection and support has to be provided to the family as a fundamental group of society and female-headed households. These are impossible while a country in armed conflicts is under unilateral coercive measures, which do not allow women to have access to assets, productive resources, healthcare, and education. leave them vulnerable to extreme poverty, hunger, and loss of job opportunities. These are the issues the Security Council can and has to solve. Having said that, we're compelled to conclude that the informal expert group of the Security Council on WPS has not succeeded in fulfilling the aspirations upon its creation. Under the leadership of the previous co-chairs, it has been unable neither to avoid a certain degree of politicization in its work, nor to elaborate genuinely transparent and democratic procedures for the development of its outcomes, which is prerequisite for mutually respectful dialogue. We're convinced that in order to effectively advance the WPS agenda, it is critical to focus on concrete actions, avoid duplication of the work of the United Nations, and respect the division of labor between its organs, including the subsidiary bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Stepan. And we go to our colleague from China, Councillor Zhang Hua. You have the floor, and then we'll pop back to the panel quickly before we open up the floor more widely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please allow me to express our appreciation to Ireland for convening today's meeting. I thank USG Mrs. DiCarlo for her briefing, and my thanks also go to other briefers for their informative briefings. Today is International Women's Day. I wish to take this opportunity to pay tribute to all female SRSGs, special envoys, peacekeepers, and every woman who are currently dedicating themselves to peace and security in UN missions around the world. Madam Chair, since the adoption of Security Council Resolution 1325, there has been much progress made in systematic integration of women and peace and security into implementation of peace agreements, as well as comprehensive analysis and reporting of women's participation and representation in peace operations. However, there's still a long way to go before we could achieve the goal of women's full, equal, and meaningful participation in all stages of political processes, such as mediation, peace agreement, negotiations, the ceasefire monitoring mechanism, peace agreements implementation, security sector reforms, and so on. To fill the gap, we need to take a holistic approach and attach equal importance to conflict prevention, women's empowerment, and capacity building of women. It is important that we make every effort to prevent conflicts by addressing the root causes. The Security Council should make concerted and focused efforts on conflict prevention, mediation, and foster an enabling political security environment for women's participation in peace processes. Women are not only important partners in each and every peace and political process that the United Nations supports, but also indispensable contributors to post-conflict reconstruction. Priority must be given to help women escape poverty, enjoy quality education, which constitute important guarantee for their meaningful participation in peace-building endeavors. To strengthen cooperation for greater synergy, the United Nations could work closely with regional and sub-regional organizations in development of training and capacity building programs for women in conflict-affected countries. Women leaders and organizations working for peace in fragile contexts need to have access to sustainable funding. International donors could make important contributions by providing financial support for relevant projects. This is more urgent in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Chair, to conclude, let's build on the progress made in the Women and Peace and Security agenda and move forward to address challenges ahead to build a better world for women and for all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to China. And that brings us to the end of the list of speakers who are members of the Security Council. And before we move on to the next phase of our discussion, I just want to check in with our panelists, most of whom are still with us. If anyone wants to take the floor, this would be the time now to do it. So I'm just watching to see if there are any hands up on the panel. I see Rosemary would like to come in, and Brona, I think. So we're going to also ask you to be as brief as you can, given that we have the next phase, as it were, of our discussion. So Rosemary, followed by Brona.
Thank you very much, Geraldine. I just want to, first of all, say thanks for the words of support for a full implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, both by the member states who've spoken, but also by the civil society panelists who really are pushing a help, urging us to push the envelope on this agenda. It's something we need to hear and need your support in doing so. In order for us to push the envelope more, we really are going to have to consider more positive measures where possible. And that includes setting specific quotas or targets for peace processes, but also electoral and other political processes. We've done so, as I said, with Syria and with Libya. Unfortunately, have not been successful in Yemen and Russia. Thank you so much for all the comments that you made. We will keep trying. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Rosemary. And I see Brona and Rasha also has her hand up. So Brona, followed by Rasha.
Yes, thank you very much, Ambassador. I very much agree with the point that Rosemary just made, but I just want to actually go back to the point that was made by France about not being able to accept that women are not qualified. And that's what we find extremely in our process. Of course, there is a place for capacity building and training, but really, I think what we need to be looking at as this being a structural issue among those who do the framing, manage the negotiations, and provide blocks to women's participation. Of course, we can do more capacity building and training, but the major problem is the focus that we need to focus on are the structural barriers. I know the UK made the comment about women being present and exerting real influence. And Kenya talked about how do we make it stick? And I think Norway's comments about the mismatch between resolutions and implementation exposes the lack of resolve. I think the UN can show leadership, but I also want to put something out here. The UN works with its member states, and the UN is as good as its member states who are supporting often various actors in these particular very intractable peace process issues. And it's really important that member states work together to support a peace process, to support women's absolute participation in that peace process, just as we discovered in our own process when Ireland and the UK got on the same page, instead of backing alternate sides in a conflict, worked together to make a peace process work and to ensure that women had a place in that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Brona. And now to Rasha. And because he's the only non-woman on the panel, I don't want to be discriminatory. If Geir wants to add something at the end, Geir, you're of course welcome. Rasha.
Thank you. I want to thank the organizers of today's event, and I'm overwhelmed by all the support of what I've heard. I just wanted to share my experience personally when I went to Kuwait, which was a 5 days sideline visit out of a 4 months process of negotiations. And this is just a sample of how our participation was always as a sideline note for women to participate in the peace negotiations. Since then, all the excuses that I have shared in my statement, questioning our qualifications, I have tried to address all of these excuses. They said women are not qualified. We have created a database of over 100 women who are qualified, and this database is growing, and it's in our page in the Women's Solidarity Network. They have said who is our constituency. We have built our network as a constituency, as Women's Solidarity Network, to address that all these excuses. There hasn't been any more excuses that should be entertained so far. We have currently, as you know, in Yemen, there is an escalation of conflict in Marib. And last year, we have also created a local ceasefire initiative that we hope that the UN Security Council will support, either in translating it into a resolution to stop the escalations in Marib, or in a statement that is firm to stop the escalations. And this is how our voice, and this is actually an example of a participation moment that I am trying to seize. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Rasha. And I'm not sure if Geir wants to say a quick word, or we should move on to the next list of speakers. Geir, are you with us? Would you like to say something?
Thank you, Geraldine. Yes, please. Let me just first and foremost thank the two co-chairs and all the member states for the support to the Women, Peace and Security agenda. And let me also emphasize, I think, what is a key point, and that I think has come across nearly from all of you, and that is that if there is no political will, and political will sort of doesn't come out of nothing, you know, you need people pushing for this to happen. You know, we have civil society, we have women organizations themselves, and if we don't let them take the lead in this, nothing is going to happen. But I think we have heard tonight that there are indeed positive examples that things can happen. We heard from, in particular, from Northern Ireland, that, you know, indeed change is possible. We know from other processes, we know from Colombia, we know from Liberia, and hopefully what we are seeing could be the beginning in Syria of something happening. And but again, this is not going to happen because we of wishful thinking, but because of priority is given to this file. And that priority, I think you have shown tonight, is important for the members of the Security Council and for the members of the United Nations. So thank you so much for the support.
Thank you, Geir. Just to reinforce that we are there in support of you every single day, and know that you have what you've heard today ringing in your ears. So I know that members of the panel will stay with us as we now move on. Colleagues, I'm just going to say that we have under 100 minutes left. We have almost 50 speakers. So even with my math, that means a couple of minutes each if we want to get everyone in. If people take more than 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, we won't get everyone in. We're now going to move speakers up as panelists as they come along on the list. Your camera and mic stay off until you're asked to speak. So I'm going to go straight now to the list, and I'll announce the first 4 speakers now and take you one by one, obviously. So Canada is going to speak on behalf of the group of friends, European Union, Finland and South Africa. So I'm going to go to Bob to speak on behalf of the group of friends. And Bob, in your best Canadian speed, if you can. Is Bob with us?
I have to unmute myself. Okay, good. Delighted to be here, Geraldine. Thank you very much. I think we've heard a tremendous amount of consensus about what we need to do and how we need to do it. We've made a call on other occasions that we have to aim to get women's full, equal, and meaningful participation as a requirement in all mediation teams, political transitions, and the peace processes it leads or co-leads. I was delighted to hear Rosemary talk about that as well. We do think it's a requirement, and we do think we have to move beyond purely voluntary approach. And I think it's important to emphasize that the arguments we've heard against doing this are really old arguments that have been around for a long time. They weren't valid when they were first made. They're even less valid now. I think we need to have the straightforward approach to saying that. And the final point I want to make with respect to this group is the concern that we have about the way in which women are not only being excluded from the peace building processes, but that women are also the targets of many of the conflicts. Many of the conflicts are directly targeting women in the violence that's taking place. And I think this is something that we have to address. It's no accident that we're seeing this degree of misogyny and a refusal to accept the equal participation of women in many conflicts where we know women and their interests and their hopes for advancement are being directly targeted and attacked in the conflicts themselves. I just wanted to add one comment on the International Women's Day, is that this is a day in which Canada is launching a program called Peace by Her, which is a global advocacy campaign through our diplomatic missions to increase the recognition, the access, the support, and the protection of women peace builders. These initiatives are important expressions of our feminist foreign policy and my government's conviction that gender equality is a foundation for peace. So in conclusion, let's get on with it. I think there's a huge amount of consensus that we need to do it, and there really isn't any further excuse for not achieving these targets. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob, for your exemplary clarity and brevity. Thank you very much. I go now to Olaf Skog for the European Union and its member states.
Geraldine and Juan Ramon, thank you very much for your leadership and for convening us today, and to the other co-sponsors and the excellent briefers. I had the privilege of representing Sweden on the Security Council a couple of years back, and I had a standing instruction to ask every briefer and envoy that came in, where are the women? And Geir, this was before your time, but no envoy dared to come back a second time without having a good answer to that particular question, because there can be no sustainable peace without the full and meaningful inclusion of women and girls. We've heard it today, and that includes civil society. And this is not just a right to full and meaningful participation. It is, as many of you said, starting with you, Geraldine, the right, smart, and only way forward if you want to be successful. We know that this is a challenge across the world. The European Union and our member states are still challenged by making sure that all positions of influence and power are equally represented. We have to do much more to overcome cultural and social barriers that prevent women's leadership across the global landscape. And we have to see, understand, and deal with the hidden power structures that hold women back. I think we've learned that nothing is impossible, and there is some traction on this, but we need to challenge the gender stereotypes and negative social norms that contribute to prevention and resolution of conflicts. We must continue to invest time and money in building capacities of the growing number of women who have entered traditionally male-dominated spheres of public life dealing with conflict, such as armed and security forces. I want to praise the Secretary General and the Secretariat represented by Rosemary DiCarlo here today, and also say that I believe the UN Peacebuilding Commission is doing some groundbreaking, very important work in making sure that peace operations, sustainable development policies, and the UN country teams are focusing on gender equality at the core of their work. But we also know that this equal and full and meaningful participation has to start with a safe and enabling environment, free of violence and threats of any kind. The US ambassador just spoke about this. And last year, the Security Council held a first area meeting on addressing reprisals against women, human rights defenders, and women peace builders who engage with the Security Council and its subsidiary bodies. And it is high time that the conclusions of this meeting are put into action. A clear prevention mechanism should be established and funds should be mobilized to counter the alarming increase of reprisals against women peace builders. This space enabling environment of safety also requires more efforts to ensure full and equal access to education, including essential health services and sexual and reproductive health care services for all women and girls in conflict. We are happy to support some of the women participation initiatives that we've heard about today, including in Syria and Yemen, but we also understand that there is more that needs to be done. It's about money, but it's also about political will. We're trying to lead by example. We've set the bar for ourselves in the EU quite high in our 2019 action plan on women, peace and security. We established the objective as a start of reaching a minimum of 33% participation of women in all EU activities and projects related to peace processes by 2025. And we are set to make gender responsive leadership the new norm and a standard requirement in all EU institutions. So we are engaging and we are determined to implement the WPS agenda together with our allies and partners, especially with civil society organizations, women mediators, and women human rights defenders, who of course have an invaluable knowledge from the ground. Thank you very much again.
Olaf, thank you. I'm now going to give the floor to Jukka of Finland, who's speaking for the Nordic countries. I'd like to just say to colleagues that we are going to try and include everyone this evening. If some colleagues would be happy or just as happy to see their text submitted in writing and to forego the floor, we will be producing a compendium of statements from this meeting, which we will circulate. So just to say, we are doing our utmost to get everyone in. So now I give the floor to Jukka in the hope you'll have that time frame in mind, Jukka, keeping to the time. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Nordic countries, Denmark, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, and my own country, Finland. Today, we celebrate the intrinsic value of women's full, equal, and meaningful participation and its crucial benefits for our societies. Without women, there can be no inclusive and sustainable peace. Unfortunately, inclusive peace processes are still a rare exception. We need concrete steps to change that. We fully support the Secretary General's system-wide gender parity strategy and welcome his call to action to advance women's role in transforming peace and security. We reiterate our call for concrete steps to make women's full, equal, and meaningful participation a requirement in all mediation teams, political transitions, and peace processes that the UN leads or co-leads. The Nordics work hard to enhance the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. We commit to including the views and competencies of women living in conflict or crisis-affected areas in all peace and conflict resolution efforts. At the Security Council, briefings from women civil society representatives lead to better informed decisions. We pay attention to linking formal and informal processes and ensuring a gender focus in all stages of the peace and conflict continuum. Regular consultation with women's organizations are crucial, and their recommendations must be followed up and acted upon, including in the Security Council. The Nordics continue efforts to strengthen mandates and to monitor that they translate into concrete action on the ground. Gender analysis and gender disaggregated data in reporting from conflict situations are another imperative. Security sector reform, disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration processes must include a gender perspective in order to achieve inclusive transitions. We emphasize the need for sustainable funding and call for increased official development assistance to promote women's participation and leadership in building and sustaining peace. To that end, the Nordics will secure sustainable and long-term investments to promote women's and girls' rights, including civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. The Global Alliance of Regional Women Mediator Networks is one example illustrating the vast number of women with relevant expertise and experience. Women, including young women, are strong agents for positive change. Their potential and participation is required in all peace negotiation delegations and relevant mechanisms for the implementation of peace agreements. We call on the UN to ensure that special envoys and special representatives take steps towards women's systematic inclusion in peace processes, for example, by urging parties in a conflict to include women in their delegations and by consulting regularly with women civil society groups. Gender advisors should be appointed in all missions. Training and practical guidance are a must. Our to-do list is long. We must urgently act on our promises and make women's leadership and meaningful participation in peace processes a norm, not an exception. Thank you, and let us keep the focus on this important topic, not only on International Women's Day, but consistently throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Jukka. Now we move to the next four speakers, South Africa, Ecuador, Spain, and Lebanon. So I go to one of our new colleagues, Matu. You're very welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador Geraldine.
your opening remarks and that of Ambassador Yuan were spot on. I also wish to thank USG DiCarlo and the briefers for their invaluable inputs. South Africa's position and implementation of WPS agenda is informed by the principle of equality for all South Africans, women and men, as enshrined in our constitution. This principle prescribes the necessity to address the root causes of inequality and marginalization of women through removing barriers, creating opportunities, and increasing the contribution and role of women in all aspects of public life. We recognize that the UN Security Council has taken a number of decisions over the past 20 years since the adoption of Resolution 1325 to advance the WPS agenda. South Africa is pleased to also have contributed to this body of normative framework through Security Council Resolution 2493, which call for the full and effective implementation of all commitments made to advance WPS agenda. Chairperson would like to make the following 4 points. The first one, it's been years now, and we have been calling for meaningful participation of women in all peacemaking processes and in all stages of peace building. South Africa wishes to underline the imperative of implementing the recommendations of the 2015 Global Study on implementation of Resolution 1325. Those recommendations are still relevant today and speak to all aspects. Secondly, it is right and critical that the UN itself must lead by example. All UN-led peace and political processes must have women in leading positions and in other critical roles across all levels. We therefore support the use of quotas to ensure increased representation of women. But Chair, it is also important that we acknowledge and welcome the progress made in the UN's efforts, and particularly the SG's commitment towards full, equal, and meaningful participation of women within the system, and the implementation of the uniformed gender parity strategy. And to that, USG DiCarlo has given enough examples of this progress. We just wish to encourage the SG to continue with the implementation and further enhance the inclusion of women in UN-led peace and political processes. Thirdly, we call on member states involved in peace processes to actively create space for women's participation. We know it's difficult and there may be structural and political barriers, but adopting national policies that regularize and mainstream women's participation in all aspects of peace processes will go a long way in removing some of the obstacles, whether it's women's participation in peacekeeping operations, in negotiations, in mediation, or in reconstruction and recovery. It is necessary and requires political will. For South Africa, we have ensured that we build the capacity of women in all these critical processes. And we've partnered with African Union through FemWise and other like-minded countries to provide the training. And we remain the leading female troop contributing country at 15.1% of our contingent being female. Lastly, having women as leaders in public spaces is critical. They are more attuned and alive to the needs of women. They create space for women and they amplify the voices of women in any process that they lead or manage. So it is important that as we push for women's full participation, that we also push for women's leadership in public spaces. Chairperson, let me conclude by reaffirming South Africa's commitment to advancing the women, peace and security agenda and addressing the challenges and barriers which hinder its full implementation. Let us create an environment to encourage what the Special Envoy Pedersen told us of the women of Syria, that women are actors of their future, not victims of others' action. Harnessing our local, regional, and international capacity give us all the momentum we need to continue investing in and advancing the agenda and in supporting the UN in setting an example for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. And I now give the floor to Ecuador, to Christian, who will be followed by speaker from Spain, Lebanon, Armenia, and then Australia. So colleagues, just reminding you all about the clock. We're desperately trying to get all our colleagues in. So now Christian of Ecuador.
Thank you, Geraldine, and thank you, Juan Ramon, as well, for sponsoring this timely event. The organization of the Security Council area formula that allows more inclusivity is very important in this relevant topic. I am honored to contribute to this discussion while we commemorate also the International Women's Day. I also thank the briefers for their presentation and note that despite the efforts made during the last 2 decades, women's participation in peace processes remain drastically low. The 2020 Peacebuilding Architecture Review process, which coincided with the 25th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, was an opportunity to discuss and evaluate the situation of women in conflict settings, as well as the role of women on peace processes. We need to act now. This is clear for all of us. While the pandemic has worsened the situation, we need to keep in mind that women's active participation in long-term pandemic responses will also be central for social cohesion, development, peace building, and prevention of violence. Ecuador acknowledges the crucial work from women peace builders at local, regional, and international levels. Furthermore, to better advance the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in peace processes, the United Nations needs to lead by example. On this regard, Ecuador supports the Secretary General's action areas to address persistent challenges in women participation in peace and security, including when promoting an increase in the number and share of women in uniform in peacekeeping and national security services, and ensuring predictable, adequate, and targeted financing for women peace builders. The UN should continue leading peace processes globally and should also strengthen its efforts to ensure women's participation and contribution to peace-building efforts with the aim to secure lasting peace agreements. To conclude, Ecuador believes that implementing the Secretary General's call for a global ceasefire, which have many merits, will provide as well greater protection for women and girls. But while conflicts persist, it is vital that we support the participation of women in peace-building processes, as well as in the planning and development of preventive diplomacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Christian. And I now go to dear Agustin of Spain, and he will be followed by Amal of Lebanon, then Mir of Armenia, and Mitch of Australia. So I give you the floor now, Agustin.
Thank you very much, dear Geraldine. Happy International Women's Day, first of all. Our appreciation to Ireland and Mexico for organizing this area formula. For Spain, it is crucial that the Women, Peace and Security agenda is implemented effectively in its two fundamental pillars, participation and protection. The former reaffirms the principle that there is no sustainable peace without the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in all their diversity. The latter aims at eliminating all forms of sexual and gender-based violence and exploitation, as well as reparation of survivors and accountability of perpetrators. Vulnerability of women and girls in armed conflicts and their exposure to atrocities compel us to remain especially vigilant and proactive, also in the defense of sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls. Following your call to lead with the example, let me mention some instances where Spain has been proactive and taking initiatives to ensure full, equal, and meaningful participation of women and girls in all their diversity. First, there cannot be an effective implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda without adequate funding of its architecture. Therefore, Spain will continue to fund the Women, Peace and Humanitarian Fund. In 2020, we increased our voluntary contributions to this fund, and we will continue to do so in the coming years. Second, neither can there be an effective implementation of Women, Peace and Security agenda without cooperation among member states. Therefore, we are cooperating with other member states in the implementation of their national mechanism. In this regard, Spain is working together with Jordan in the implementation of their national action plan. Third, besides that, it is essential to make an exercise of self-criticism to assess our internal process of implementation of this agenda. For that reason, Spain is carrying out an evaluation and review of our second National Action Plan 2017-2023. Fourth, and finally, in order to achieve full, equal, and meaningful participation of women and girls in peace processes, a set of clear commitments by member states is needed. With that in mind, in 2019, Finland and Spain launched the initiative Commitment 2025, which includes specific actions at political and operational level, but also with financial and capacity building targets. Commitment 2025 is open to all member states, and we encourage you all to join this initiative if you have not done so yet. Finally, Geraldine, I would like to announce that before the end of this month, Spain will join the group of countries with a concrete feminist foreign policy. Thank you very much.
That's great news, Augustin. Thank you. And we now move on to Lebanon, to Amal, who will be followed by Armenia, Australia, and the United Arab Emirates then. So Amal of Lebanon.
Thank you. Thank you, Geraldine. I would like to thank you and thank the briefers and the permanent missions who are part of co-hosting this very important area formula. I would like to congratulate you also, dear Geraldine, and Ambassador Juan Ramon for co-chairing the informal expert group on WPS. Madam Chair, while the third committee is still negotiating the CSW agreed conclusions for this year under the theme Women's Full Participation, Effective Participation and Decision-Making in Public Life and Empowerment of Women, we meet today to join the call to lead by example by ensuring the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in UN-led peace negotiations and processes. 20 years after the adoption of the landmark resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, progress is still too slow. And this was today, everybody mentioned that, especially UN Women's information about how women are still excluded from mediating processes. Progress is not just slow, but it's unacceptable too. While women do groundworking work for peace and security and play instrumental roles in forging and sustaining peace, they continue to be sidelined in peace processes and negotiations. Women must be part of the solution. Women's voices must be heard, included and amplified in peacekeeping and peace-building activities. We must not fail to acknowledge their crucial work in this arena, and we must ensure their full, effective, and meaningful participation in these processes. We have to focus as well on preventing and eliminating all forms of violence, including sexual and gender-based violence in conflicts and post-conflict situations against all women, including women peace builders and women human rights defenders, and ensuring accountability. In Lebanon, women have been mobilized in all spheres in response to the many crises we have been facing, showing exemplary strength. After the blast of 4th of August, they were among the first responders. With regard to COVID-19 as well, women have been at the forefront of the response and recovery from the pandemic. Through its first National Action Plan on Resolution 1325, Lebanon has committed to engaging women in political dialogues and in peace-building efforts to increase women's representation in the security forces, as well as promoting their participation and representation in local and national governing structures. Here at the UN, Lebanon has started its 2-year term as a new member of the Peace-Building Commission. One of our top priorities in the Peace-Building Commission is to focus on the women, peace, and security agenda, including strengthening women's full, equal, and meaningful participation in peace-building and bolstering the linkages between the WPS agenda and the peace-building and sustaining peace agenda. Madam Chair, regarding women peacekeepers, Lebanon is deeply grateful for the immense contribution of women Blue Helmets working under the umbrella of the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL, and making a positive and significant impact in peace building. While UNIFIL women peacekeepers, both military and civilian, are deployed in all areas of the mission, the number of women in uniform is still low. Currently, women account for only 6% of UNIFIL's some 10,300 peacekeepers. We express our appreciation to the two contributing countries, especially Ireland, and we encourage them to increase the number of women in UNIFIL, as well as to ensure the meaningful participation of women in all aspects of operations. Let us ensure that women are represented everywhere at the table and in the field. The world is watching us and learning from us. Let us continue leading by example. I thank you.
Thank you, dear Amal. And now we go to our CSW chair, Mir of Armenia, and then you'll be followed by Mitch of Australia. Mir.
Thank you, Geraldine. And Armenia is pleased to be part of this important conversation on the topic of full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in peace processes, and to mark the International Women's Day. I would like to thank Undersecretary DiCarlo, Special Envoy Peterson, Ms. Rasha Jarhum, and other briefers for their valuable remarks. Resolution 1325 has been instrumental in consolidating the efforts of the international community to promote the role of women in conflict prevention, peace building, and peacemaking. The adoption of Armenia's National Action Plan on the implementation of the resolution has enhanced the coherence and coordination of national policies on advancing the women, peace, and security agenda. The National Action Plan puts a special emphasis on the inclusive engagement of all women affected by Nagorno-Karabakh conflict in peace and security efforts. The COVID-19 pandemic has aggravated the suffering of women and girls in situations of conflicts, humanitarian crisis, and other fragile contexts. Despite the call of the Secretary General for a global ceasefire, some parts of the world, including our region, became a hotbed of violence and atrocity crimes instigated amidst a global healthcare crisis. The biggest military escalation in times of pandemic, leading to thousands of deaths, 90,000 displaced, including women and girls, causing a major humanitarian crisis, was the large-scale war unleashed by Azerbaijan in the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict zone in September-November last year. Targeted attacks on schools and healthcare institutions, including the maternity hospital in the capital of Nagorno-Karabakh, Stepanakert, further exacerbated the suffering of women and girls who have been affected by conflict, trapped between war and pandemic. 4 months after the trilateral statement establishing ceasefire and termination of hostilities, Azerbaijan has yet to implement all provisions they have committed to. The calls of the international community, including the UN human rights machinery, have been loud and clear. All prisoners of war, hostages, and detainees must be immediately released. However, to this date, Azerbaijan is refusing to release the prisoners of war and civilian hostages, including women among them, who continue to be held in captivity in gross violation of the legally binding obligations under international humanitarian law. Madam Chair, consolidated support of the international community is crucial for ensuring that women and girls are protected in conflict settings and in situations of humanitarian crisis. Full upholding of human rights and fundamental freedoms of women residing in conflict areas is a key prerequisite for their equal and meaningful participation in peace processes. Finally, I would like to touch upon the 65th session of the Commission on the Status of Women that will start next week, which is another opportunity to further galvanize momentum for women's rights, gender equality, and addressing the persistent challenges and gaps in promoting women's full and effective participation and decision-making in public life, including in conflict prevention, peace building, and peacemaking. In my capacity as chair of the CSW, I look forward to having an informative and engaging session, and I count on the support and cooperation of all member states in adopting action-oriented and forward-looking agreed conclusions. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mir, and best of luck with the CSW session. Now, Mitch of Australia, and I'll mention the next speakers that will follow by UAE, Qatar, Algeria, and Albania. So Mitch, you have the floor.
Thanks so much, Geraldine and Juan Ramon and colleagues. And following Mir, I must acknowledge the great work that he does with CSW. Colleagues, in marking the 20th anniversary of WPS agenda last year, Australia joined the international community in celebrating a lot of gains, including, really importantly, an evidence base that women's participation makes peace processes more sustainable and durable, but we all know there's a lot more that has to be done. Last year, the Secretary-General reported that women continue to be stifled in decision-making processes, in peace-building efforts, and are underrepresented in recovery and reconstruction, including peacekeeping. We do have a collective responsibility to ensure that these setbacks are addressed. The full, the equal, the meaningful participation and leadership of women is, we all know, essential in preventing and resolving conflict, in peacekeeping, and in relief and recovery efforts following conflict and crises. It's never been more important for the UN and for the international community to recommit to promoting women's rights to participate in the decisions that affect their lives. As we speak, COVID is raising the stakes globally. It's posing risks to gender equality, women's rights, empowerment, leadership, safety, resilience. And for our part, Australia calls on the UN to continue to take a leading role in making women's full, equal and meaningful participation. We can never say those things too often, to making that a reality, including by making it a requirement for all mediation teams, political transitions and the peace processes it leads or co-leads. In particular, we think there are gains to be made in promoting female candidates for roles in peace and political processes at all levels, as well as in identifying and overcoming obstacles that prevent the participation of diverse women, including women with disabilities, young women, and women who work at grassroots level. We're proud to support this work, including by promoting female candidates, such as Australia's Major General Cheryl Pearce, who recently completed her tenure in Cyprus, only the second woman to serve as a UN force commander. We're also proud to partner with the Women's Peace and Humanitarian Fund, the WPS Global Facility, and the ELSI initiative, which is fantastic for uniformed women in peace operations. And just finally, we're very pleased to have supported the development of the Peace Fem app, which offers best practice guidance on gender provisions in peace agreements. Great work done, more to do. Thanks, colleagues.
Thanks, Mitch. I think you got in the time frame. So I'm just going to say now we've about 75 minutes left. The only way we'll get everyone to speak on the list this evening is if people pare back their remarks from 3 to closer to 2 minutes. If you make your key points and submit your text, it will all be reflected in the outcome, in the record rather, of this meeting. So my next speakers are the United Arab Emirates, Lana, followed by Ali of Qatar, Sofiane of Algeria, and then Bessiana of Albania. So we now go to Lana. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and taking you up on your challenge, I have set my timer and I will stop myself from speaking after 2 minutes so that every one of my colleagues has a chance to speak. I will do away with the niceties, including thanking you and all the colleagues who've convened this discussion, but it is an important one and I would like to make some key points. And I'd also like to take this moment to also welcome the briefers for their valuable contributions, because I think they're so essential to hearing what is happening on the ground and applying that to what we're talking about in theory at the council often. I'll refrain from repeating the staggeringly low numbers of women's participation in peace processes. I think Russia and others have highlighted those, whether it's as mediators, negotiators, or signatories. But like my colleagues who've spoken so far, I will be vocal about the fact that we cannot allow this inertia to persist in this chamber, paying lip service to the idea, but not implementing on the ground, especially when there's all this evidence before us to emphasize the significance of women's contributions. So how do we do that? We as member states and also the SRSGs and the USGs have many of the levers we already need. I think some of the ones that haven't been mentioned, one is management commitment, making WPS a core and normalized standard operating procedure and not a peripheral or good to have issue. We've seen some progress on this front, but we need to match those good intentions with good incentives, like, for example, linking UN staff performance to WPS metrics would be a powerful way to mainstream them, giving people clear responsibilities and accountability. Second, to make sure we're incentivizing the inclusion of women on these critical conversations, we need to allocate targeted funding. I think the budget tells us everything about the importance of the issue, and the budgets show us clearly that there's not enough funding coming in for this really important mainstreaming to happen effectively. The SG's recommendation that 15% of peace and security spending explicitly target gender equality is a good starting point, but it doesn't take us over the finishing line. Third, Security Council members can continue to include relevant language in the mandates of peacekeeping operations and special political missions where it is relevant. Again, lifting WPS from a niche status to a mainstream status. And then, of course, beyond this, Council member states should also be really consistent in supporting these priorities during the budgetary process, as well as adopting relevant policies and guidance in the Special Committee on Peacekeeping Operations, for example. And so I think these are the three proposals I'd like to put forward here. I'll distribute the rest of my remarks, but in conclusion, I think this is a really, really key priority issue, and we hope as the UAE to continue advancing this issue during our membership of the Security Council in 2022-23. I'll stop there, Geraldine.
Thank you, Lana, and thank you for keeping the key points and getting in the time frame. Now we have Alia of Qatar, followed by Algeria and Albania. Watching our clock. Alia. Alia, we're not hearing you. Alia, can you hear us? I might go to the next speaker and come back to Alia then. So let's move on to Sofiane. If that, I see you there, Sofiane. You're on, Sofiane. We'll come back to Alia. Oh, now we have you, Alia. Sorry, Sofiane. Go ahead, Alia.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And of course, I would like to thank you and the organizers for convening this open area formula meeting. And let me go directly to the points. Madam Chair, ensuring the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in UN-led peace processes is fundamental to sustaining peace, sustainable development, and human rights. The inclusion of women widens the range of topics discussed at the negotiation table. More inclusive processes can contribute to more comprehensive agreements that better integrates and reflect the concerns of the broader community. The State of Qatar has a long track record of facilitating peace processes and mediations towards the peaceful resolution of disputes and conflicts. In undertaking these efforts, we recognize the importance of women's participation in conflict prevention, crisis management, and post-conflict reconstruction. For instance, the Afghan peace talks facilitated by the State of Qatar have witnessed active engagement by women. Of Afghan women among the representatives of the government, civil society, and in the intra-Afghan peace conference held in Doha in July 2019, as well as the participation of women in the intra-Afghan peace talks launched in Doha in September 2020. This engagement contributes to the protection of the rights of all Afghans, including women, as affirmed by Security Council Resolution 2513 of the year 2020. Madam Chair, in coordination with the Secretary General Envoy on Youth, Qatar will host in Doha in the first half of 2022 the high-level global conference on youth-inclusive comprehensive peace processes. Hosting this conference reflects the commitment of Qatar to promote young women's inclusion in peace processes. We are hopeful that the conference will mark a turning point for young women and the peace and security agenda by generating political commitments at the national level and by promoting an enabling environment for inclusive peace processes to become more sustainable. To conclude, I would like to reiterate the State of Qatar's continued commitment to develop frameworks and tools for ensuring women's meaningful participation in dialogue, negotiations, and peace processes. And I thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, dear Alia. And now I give the floor to Sofiane of Algeria, and he will be followed by Bessiana and then Vanessa. So Bessiana of Albania, Vanessa of Malta. Sofiane, you have the floor, Algeria.
Thank you, Geraldine. Madam Chair, let me at the outset thank the co-chair, Ireland and Mexico, for leading our discussions today on the role of women as critical agents for peace and security. My thanks go also to the panelists for their insightful presentations. As we celebrate the International Women's Day, it is high time to take stock of what we have achieved since the adoption of the milestone resolution 1325 and the inception of the Women and Peace Security Agenda in order to strengthen our commitment to the full and effective participation of women in UN-led peace processes. In this respect, let me highlight two important achievements. First, there is a broad understanding that prospects for successful peacekeeping and peace building are better where women have greater degrees of empowerment. Second, a more visible role in peace support operation has been given to women, as witnessed by the increase in number of women deployed in peacekeeping operations. Despite this significant progress, clearly more efforts are needed to place women's participation and leadership at the core of conflict prevention and sustaining peace efforts. Building upon our commitment to the empowerment of women, Algeria endeavors to promote the role of women as key actors for peace, both at the national and regional level. Indeed, as part of the implementation of Resolution 1325, Algeria has adopted a national action plan which will serve as a roadmap to define the country's priority in the promotion of the role of women in peace processes. At the regional level, Algeria led within the League of Arab States the establishment of the Emergency Committee for the Protection of Women in Armed Conflict related to the Arab Women Commissions, which comprises an Algerian woman ambassador as one of the mediators for peace. At the continental level, Algeria hosted the first General Assembly of the Pan-African Network of Women Mediators, which aimed at institutionalizing the place and role of women in peace negotiations. Madam Chair, I do believe that the success of our common endeavor lies in the political will to empower women and strengthen their ability to be at the center of peace-building architecture. Two areas of action should, in our view, be considered in this regard. First, we should reinforce the participation of women in conflict resolution and peacekeeping operations. In this regard, the necessary training should be provided for the mediators and envoys who participate in mediation and ceasefires in achieving peace and preventive diplomacy. We should ensure that peace agreements include provisions to strengthen the role of women in conflict resolution, as it was in the case in the Algiers Agreement for Peace and Reconciliation in Mali. Second, we should reinforce the dialogue and the engagement with the relevant stakeholders, such as national and regional organizations and civil society that are dealing with peace, security, and development to better understand the role of women in a wide range of mediation and conflict prevention activities, especially in Africa. Let me conclude by stressing the need to strengthen our joint action to meet the challenges faced by women and give the UN the proper means to put women at the center of peace efforts worldwide. We can only deliver on the peace agenda if we recenter the role of women as the key element to achieve progress. Algeria remains fully dedicated to this common goal. And I thank you, Geraldine.
Thank you, dear Sofiane. Colleagues, as we arrive at almost 6 o'clock now, we are going to lose our captioning because this was the hour that our meeting would have ended. We're still just arriving at our 13th speaker of 48. So just to remind you again of the time. Next three speakers are Bessiana of Albania, Vanessa of Malta, and Daria of Slovenia, followed by Yemen Ambassador Abdullah. So you have the floor now, Bessiana.
Thank you, Geraldine. There is clear progress made to date with regard to the normative framework of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. However, we all agree that there is still a wide gap between what we have achieved on paper and the reality on the ground. I'd like to focus on 3 points today. First, the need for a UN system-wide approach. UN agencies, country teams, special envoys, and representatives should play a more proactive role in ensuring the meaningful and safe participation of women in all stages of peace processes. The UN should not only ensure that women's voices are part of the conversation, but also that they are fully taken into account in the final outcome. Women's leadership must be prioritized. Secondly, I'd like to underline the need to review UN-led peace processes with a gender lens. It's important to assess on a regular basis how these processes are concretely taking into account women's perspective. Thirdly, I would like to highlight the important role that the Security Council plays in holding the UN teams accountable for ensuring the full and equal participation of women. If elected in the Security Council for the 22-23 term, Albania will champion the Women, Peace and Security agenda across the full breadth of the Security Council's work by including relevant language in all country-specific discussions and mandates of peace operations. We will systematically request UN leadership to share gender analysis and information about concrete efforts to ensure women's full and equal participation in all areas of conflict prevention and peace building. In concluding, I would like to reiterate that women should not just be consulted. Their expertise, their experience, their unique ability to understand the needs of communities should have a real influence on all phases of peace processes. The UN must lead by example and send to the world a crystal clear message. No lasting and inclusive peace can be achieved without women's meaningful participation. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Besiana. And now we go to Vanessa of Malta, who will be followed by Daria of Slovenia and Abdullah of Yemen. So Vanessa.
Thank you, Geraldine. In the interest of time, I would say that all protocol has been respected, and I will try to go on to my salient points. Women, peace and security will also be one of the 4 main priorities for Malta. We are entrusted to serve as a member of the Security Council in 23-24. History has shown us that women have a significant role to play in prevention, resolution, and post-conflict peace building, as highlighted by UN Security Council 1325, which, although adopted over 20 years ago, we still have a ways to go, as we are seeing today. Despite this bold and unequivocal commitment from this resolution, women are still too often excluded from peace talks, and their presence around the negotiating table is still well below the desired levels. This is regrettable, especially since data suggests that the participation of women significantly increases the likelihood of reaching peace agreements and sustainable peace. Some examples are that in Syria, just 27% of the Constitutional Committee are women, a number that is lower than the already conservative 30% advocated by the UN. In Libya, women played an influential role in the 2011 protests that brought about the revolution and the fall of the Gaddafi regime, but their role in the peace process is not as strong or prominent as it should be. In Yemen, efforts by Yemeni women in handling an increasingly dire and worrying situation are truly remarkable, but inequalities in society just hold them back. The framework and necessary tools are at hand, and we need to step up the pace in implementing the WPS agenda. In this regard, by leading by example, the UN is in a pole position to show leadership and also has a responsibility to do so, and many of the recommendations made by earlier speakers are ones that we completely endorse. This is also not something that women can do alone. Men need to be brought on board. The significant cultural and social barriers that still prevent women's leadership and full, equal, and meaningful participation, not least in politics, must be addressed by all members of the society. We will gain from women's full, equal, and meaningful participation in peace processes, and we need to join forces to achieve this together, both men and women. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa, also in your time frame, which is very welcome. Thank you. Now Daria of Slovenia, followed by Abdullah of Yemen, and then by Christian of Luxembourg. So Daria. Daria, are you with us?
Yes. Hello.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Geraldine and colleagues, for organizing this meeting. And of course, I would like to align myself with the statement delivered by the European Union and the group of friends of women, peace and security. Slovenia remains fully committed to advancing and implementing the women, peace and security agenda at all levels and in all aspects of the peace and security processes. We believe in the power of leading example. Our activities also aim to support women's participation in UN-led peace processes and remove barriers to their participation. I am pleased to recall that the very first woman to command UNIFIL contingent came from Slovenia. In November last year, Slovenian Ministry of Defense and Slovenian Peacekeeping Operations Center organized a virtual international conference on women, peace and security. Participants also reflected on the need for the UN to make women's full, equal and meaningful participation a requirement in all its mediation teams, political institutions and peace processes. In the past 20 years, we have also noted national progress concerning women, peace and security participation in areas related to peace and security. Women currently hold leading positions in Slovenian armed forces, functional areas, and are in command of the tactical units and contingents abroad. Slovenia had twice women ministers of defense, and a woman had been appointed as a head of general staff of Slovene armed forces and police. Our recent study on equal opportunities in diplomacy has shown that in the past 20 years, the percentage of women at the top position in Slovenian diplomacy has risen to 40%, and all over percentage of women in Slovenian diplomacy has increased to 58%. However, the percentage of women in top position is currently declining, so challenges remain. We have heard and said it times and times again, women's full, equal and meaningful participation must be at the heart of all peace and security related activities. But now it's time we act, we commit, we create a norm and a state of mind for women meaningful participation. Thank you.
Sorry, I had trouble unmuting myself. Thank you, Daria. Really appreciate your remarks. And now we go to Abdullah of Yemen, and he will be followed by Christian of Luxembourg and Mikhail of Slovakia, and then our colleague from the Dominican Republic, Ambassador Blanco. So we now go to Abdullah of Yemen.
Thank you. Thank you, my sister. Thank you for convening these very important meetings. Indeed, celebrating women's role and achievement should not only be a matter of International Women's Day, but rather a practice of every day. In Yemen, women's public and political participation has been significant increase since the start of the political transitional process in 2012. Ever since, women have been at the core of the shaping the present and future of Yemen, including the National Dialogue Conference that was held between March 2013 and January 2014. In the conference, women obtained 30% participation quota of the total number of 565 participants, and 4 women out of 17 members participated in drafting the new constitution of the new federal state. Unfortunately, the progress was partially halted by the Houthis militias coup since 2014. The Houthis' oppression and violations against women, an area under the control of Houthis, has been outrageous, including depriving women from exercising their right, including the rights to work, as well as using Zainabiyat, the Houthi women policing to force Yemeni women to send their children to the fighting front lines. The militias continue to also prosecute, oppress, and violate the right of women who voice their opinion, including opposition against the Houthis' terrorist activities. The UN Security Council panel of experts has documented some of the Houthis' heinous crime against women, including imprisonment, forced disappearance, and sexual abuse. The government of Yemen comments the Security Council decision to list the Houthi leader Sultan Zabin to be subjected to measures of sanction regime. However, the Security Council and the international community need to exert more pressures on the Houthis to stop their heinous violations and to put an end to the conflict that is hurting civilians, mainly women and children. On the other hand, the government did not only certify or ratify international conventions and protocols related to the protecting and preserving the rights of women and to respecting the role of international humanitarian law, including international conventions to protect women during armed conflict, but also reflect those on national laws and legislation framework to entitle rights without discrimination based on sex and contribution to all economic and social and cultural fields. The suffering of poor and those in need of humanitarian assistance has increased, mostly for women and kids. Women are in particular more vulnerable to face risks. They bear the heavy psychological health, social and economic burden of the conflict, as well as displacement and widowhoods. Therefore, the government has adopted a national plan for the year 2020-2022, focused on implementing the Security Council Resolution 1325. This comes in the line with the government's commitment to respecting human rights and promoting the concepts of justice, equality, and partnership. The action plan also responds to the recommendation of Security Council that call for partnership with NGOs and to face extremism and enhancing women participation to play a new and important role in preventing conflicts. Finally, allow me to reiterate the government of Yemen position that ending the absurd war waged by the Houthi militias is the only way to ending the suffering of Yemeni people. The government recognized the important role of women in achieving a fair and sustainable peace. In fact, in all previous UN-led peace talks, women have only been represented in the government delegations in the capacity of negotiators and technical support. And thus, the government continued to be committed to protecting women, advancing their rights, and ensuring their participation in all government bodies by at least 30% in accordance to the outcome of the National Dialogue Conference. Thank you, my sister.
Thank you indeed, Abdullah. And now we give the floor to Christian of Luxembourg, and he'll be followed by Mikhail of Slovakia, and then by Jose of Dominican Republic. So you have the floor now, Christian.
Well, thank you.
Christian, you need to, we don't hear you, Christian. Can we just check your microphone is muted? Yeah.
Do you hear me now? Okay. Well, thank you, Geraldine. Thank you, Juan Ramon, for organizing this event, and happy International Women's Day to all women, past and present, leading and participating in peace processes. I would also like to thank all the briefers. I will be very short and cut it very short. 2 decades after the adoption of the Security Council Resolution 1325, women's full and meaningful participation in peace process has come to be recognized as a key element for achieving durable peace. This remains true today in Yemen, for instance, in Syria and elsewhere. There's a strong correlation between gender inequality and the risk of conflict, and a strong link between individual security and the respect of women's human rights and international peace and security. Significant progress has been made over the last 20 years, but there remain significant gaps also in the implementation and the financing of the VPS security agenda. In order for the UN to be able to lead by example, it is crucial that in budget and mandate negotiation, all member states commit to support politically and financially gender equality and women's full and meaningful participation. In 2018, my government has adopted a feminist foreign policy. The commitment to gender equality and promotion of women's rights and participation at all levels of decision making has been a long-standing priority for my country. It has been an integral part of our external action and human rights policy, including during Luxembourg's membership of the Security Council in 2013-2014, and it will continue to be so if we are elected as a first-time member of the Human Rights Council for 2022-2025. At a time when women's rights are increasingly under attack, you can count on Luxembourg's determination and commitment to continue to promote the WPS agenda in the UN system, as well as on national level and within the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian, also for respecting the time. Thank you. So Michael of Slovakia, who will be followed by the Ambassador of the Dominican Republic and the Ambassador of Poland, and then El Salvador. So we go to Michael.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, dear Geraldine, and thanks to you and Juan Ramon of Mexico for organizing this important debate. We thank you for this effort, and we would like to offer a few remarks in addition to the intervention by the EU. As reflected in our National Action Plan for the implementation of Resolution 1325 for 21-25, Slovakia strongly supports an equal and full participation of women in all efforts to create and maintain international peace and security, while adopting and supporting concrete and targeted measures with the aim of increasing the percentage of women in our armed forces, their representation in military structures and decision-making positions. Currently, service women comprise nearly 12% of our armed forces, and the increasing trend is set to continue. Slovakia has been an active troop and police contributing country since its admission to the UN in '93. I would like to highlight that members of the armed forces of the Slovak Republic in Cyprus, one of our biggest presences in UN missions, has already exceeded the targets set in the Uniform Gender Parity Strategy for 2018-2028, whereby almost 10% of our military contingent personnel and 80% of police personnel are uniformed female peacekeepers. Overall, more than 44% of all contingents uniformed female personnel in Cyprus is from Slovakia. Not only in peacekeeping, but also in the area of security sector governance and reform, as quite a few previous speakers have already mentioned today, we need to intensify our efforts leading to wider involvement of women. As co-chair of the Security Sector Reform Group of Friends, together with South Africa, we have worked very closely already since 2018 with the co-chairs of the Group of Friends of Gender Parity, and we are continuing our efforts. And to my knowledge, it is the first such case that two groups of friends have launched a joint effort or joint initiative, and we certainly are committed to continuing in that regard. Role of national action plans and regional frameworks in ensuring tailored and context-specific approaches for advancing this agenda is very essential. However, women's contributions remained outside the mainstream of formal efforts and too often are undervalued. We, the member states, need to take bold steps, and the UN needs to clearly show its leadership by urgent, concrete action to fulfill its promise. And this certainly also relates to peace-building efforts. Slovakia, as the current vice chair of the PBC, will spare no effort in promoting the women, peace and security agenda also in that particular context. More than 2 decades after the adoption of Resolution 1325, much remains to be done in implementing this agenda and finally walk the talk. Only that way we can ensure women's full, equal, and meaningful participation in peace processes everywhere. Let me conclude by saying that this week in Slovakia, we have launched the week in diplomacy, the Women in Diplomacy Week, and a number of interesting activities, including a social media campaign, have been launched focusing on women in development cooperation, women in international organizations, women in cultural and economic diplomacy. So raising awareness about equal and fair participation of women is something that we truly believe in and we are fully committed to. Thank you.
Thanks, Mikhail. Now, the Ambassador of the Dominican Republic, Jose, followed by Joanna of Poland and Egri of El Salvador. Colleagues, I don't need to tell you that we still have over 30 speakers who haven't taken the floor, and we're now within 40 minutes of concluding the event. So please, can I ask colleagues to respect their 2 minutes and to submit their texts if they have more to say. Thanks.
Thanks, Ambassador Geraldine and the Ambassador of Mexico for giving me the floor. At the outset, I would like to reiterate the Dominican Republic's unequivocal support to the complete and full implementation of the WPS agenda, now with an increased sense of urgency. This is why we welcome this important meeting, and as we also celebrate the immense contributions women have made to the fulfillment to peace and prosperity for all, and in all aspects of our common humanity. Despite this, women's participation is current peace processes and peace building continues to be low. We are still falling short of our goals. We thank the distinguished briefers for their valuable contributions and particularly for their individual contributions to advance the WPS agenda. Colleagues, let me put this clearly. For us, gender equality and effective women's participation in peace process is a predictor of peace. In other words, there is no possibility to achieve peace or sustain it without women's participation. This calls for a continuous support and determination, but also concerted strategy and fearless actions. Full implementation comes with addressing the intersecting forms of discrimination many women face, as well as with the removal of structural barriers that prevent their inclusive participation in conflict prevention and peace building. Civil society, women's rights defenders, and their civic space must be protected by states and supported without reserve by this Council and the UN as a whole, so that they carry out their critical work without fear and reprisals. Many peace agreements do not include gender provision to sufficiently address women's security and peace building needs. Another reason why the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women and young women in peace processes in a decision making is non-negotiable. It has to be the core of any peace process for it to be credible and sustainable. But also, conflict prevention requires converting a culture of impunity into one of accountability, including to victims of conflict-related sexual violence and gender-based violence. To conclude, COVID-19 is disproportionately impacting women and girls, particularly in fragile and conflict-affected areas, threatening decades of progress for women's rights and equality. Nevertheless, against all odds, women have become critical figures in responding to the virus in their communities and countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jose. And I now go to dear Joanna of Poland, followed by Egri of El Salvador, and then Francisco of Portugal. So Joanna, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try to be brief. Evidence proves that women's inclusion increases the quality and sustainability of peace processes. Female negotiators guarantee that the result of post-conflict recovery foster recognition, protection, and promotion of the role of women and girls in all spheres. But they are still absent from track one negotiations. Acknowledging the existence, skills, influence of women peace builders is a necessary preliminary step to ensure their rightful and systematic place at the tables of negotiations and decision-making and foster future peace around the world. We need to confront and bring down social, cultural, and political barriers that limit women's participation in public life. UN can be instrumental in facilitating women's access to national and international decision-making. It is crucial that support to women's peace groups starts long before formal negotiations take place. They need to be identified, informed, and supported. Knowledge sharing and good practices exchange mechanisms backed by UN and national security institutions should be further developed, especially trainings that will focus on women's diplomatic skills. We would like to stress that Poland takes the women peace security responsibilities seriously. This year, we will complete our first ever Polish National Action Plan. We are committed to develop strategies that increase the deployment of uniformed women to peacekeeping operations. After re-engagement in the peacekeeping operations, Poland paid special attention to the meaningful and adequate operations assignment of women soldiers in our contingent in UNIFIL. In 2020, level of participation of women within Polish UNIFIL contingent reached around 10%. In concluding, leading by example is one of the best ways to inspire changes. It is key that within peace processes led or supported by UN, women's participation is ensured at all stages of peacemaking. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Joanna. Now we go to Egri, dear Egri of El Salvador, followed by Francisco of Portugal, and then Carlos of Uruguay. Egri, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador Geraldine. Our appreciation to Ireland and Mexico for convening this area formula meeting. I would like to begin by reaffirming El Salvador's commitment to the WPS agenda. Our history has taught us that women are essential to achieve and sustaining peace. The lack of meaningful participation of women in peace processes can preclude the inclusion of gender-related elements in the peace agreements, hindering women to benefit from demobilization arrangements and thus losing the possibility of access to other benefits. As we have mentioned in other meetings, ignoring the needs of women and youth and the lack of political will to rebuilding the social fabric in El Salvador provide a fertile ground for structural and protracted violence. Therefore, El Salvador developed the National Plan on Women, Peace and Security 2017-2022 with the aim of implementing the Resolution 1325 according to our national context. Its main strategies, just to mention a few, are the prevention of violence against women and girls, to incorporate gender mainstreaming in war security forces, and to increase the participation of women in peacekeeping operations. 3 quick points to ensure meaningful participation of women in peace processes, but more specifically in peacekeeping operations. First, integrating gender issues into all training modules and promoting a specific training for women serving as military and police officers is fundamental to ensure their meaningful participation. The content and methodology obviously should be adapted to each country and region. El Salvador has highly trained female police and military personnel. However, Cultural issues and traditional gender roles are some of the greatest challenges for our female personnel to participate in peacekeeping operations. Those aspects must be given more attention to overcome these barriers. And in this sense, we welcome important efforts such as ELSI initiative. WPS agenda must be strengthened, not only by leadership, but with adequate resources. Briefing on peacekeeping missions to the Fifth Committee and to the C34 are opportunities to raise awareness of these needs. Finally, Madam Chair, we invite more countries to join the A4Peace initiative and to organize further area formula meetings and other events to better understand the needs of women in conflict-affected areas, to hear the staff in the field, and more importantly, women and young girls who are already making a difference in their countries, looking to achieve and sustain peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, I agree. And I now give the floor to my friend Francisco of Portugal. He'll be followed by Carlos of Uruguay and then Maria of the Czech Republic. So Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I start by thanking you, Geraldine, and Juan Ramon, as well as the other co-organizers and today's panelists. Ensuring women's full, equal, and meaningful participation has proven to lead to more inclusive societies. Women across the globe make significant contributions to peace and stability. In most communities, women are fundamental drivers of change. Although women and girls are some of the major victims and survivors of conflict situations, they are also protagonists in their prevention and resolution. However, women are still underrepresented. Their voices as mediators, signatories, and negotiators are not heard enough. The UN has an essential role in facilitating the access of women and women's organizations throughout the conflict cycle. We recognize and we welcome in this context the ongoing work of the PBC, as well as the increment of women's voices as guest speakers at the Security Council. Portugal has adopted its third national action plan for the implementation of Resolution 1325. But the pandemic brought us new challenges to its implementation. In conclusion, strong and gender-responsive leadership is key. We must lead by example, starting from within, by promoting substantive and formal inclusion of women in decision-making positions. Thank you, Geraldine.
Thank you indeed, Francisco. And we now go to Carlos of Uruguay, and he'll be followed by Maria of the Czech Republic and Audra of Lithuania.
Hello, could you hear me? Yeah. Hello?
Yes, Carlos, go ahead, we hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and dear Geraldine, and I also extend my appreciation to our distinguished colleague from Mexico for chairing or convoke this meeting. On this International Women's Day, Uruguay thanks to both of you, the co-sponsors, on this event for the excellent initiative to highlight the importance of the full and effective implementation of the WPS agenda, and it relates to the leadership and participation of women in UN-led peace and political process. I would like to also to thank the distinguished briefers for sharing their views with us and fostering the dialogue on the issue with new elements and perspectives. Uruguay aligns itself to the statement by the delegation of Canada on behalf of the Group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security, and reiterates its long-standing commitment with the WPS agenda. I would like to recall that my country organized an area formula meeting in 2016 on synergies between Security Council resolution on WPS and commitments and the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW. Has been co-president or co-chair of the WPS Focal Point Network as a part of the initiative on Commitment 2025 for the effective participation of women in peace process. And our country also participates actively in the ELSI initiative, among others, through the implementation of the assessment survey of the barriers of the deployment of women in uniform. In this sense, Uruguay reiterates that women's participation in peace process is not only desirable, but it is essential to achieving sustainable peace. As this has been mentioned, evidence shows that the women's participation in peace processes leads to better outcomes in terms of the substance and equality of peace agreements, and also the implementation and durability. In this regard, Uruguay underlines that when we refer to full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in peace process, it means direct, substantive, and formal inclusion of diverse women in position of power so that they can influence the outcome of negotiation and other process, as well as their implementation. To conclude, I would like to recall that 2020 was a historical milestone within the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, with the celebration of the 20th anniversary of Resolution 1325, the 25th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action, the 5th anniversary of the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, and the 75th anniversary of the creation of the United Nations. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity, as well are still far from ensuring our goal, the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in peace process. And in this sense, Uruguay would like to emphasize that the United Nations has a central role, an essential role to play. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Carlos. We go straight now to Marie of Czech Republic, followed by Audra of Lithuania, then Sergei of Ukraine, and Maria of Greece. Warning you all again, we're going to get cut off at 7 o'clock. So if you can reduce your remarks to the essential points, that would be great. Thank you. So we now go to Marie of Czech Republic.
Thank you, Geraldine. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, let me thank Ireland, Mexico, and all co-sponsors for organizing this important meeting. In a few days, the 65th session of the CSW will start its deliberation and focus on women's and girls' participation and leadership in public life. Even though the Czech Republic is not currently a member of the Commission, we will participate actively. The Czech Republic considers the WPS agenda to be a crucial and integral part of our upcoming deliberations. We are looking forward to giving out a strong message in this sense. We would also like to invite you to our side event on the gender-based violence in the age of digitalization, which is to take place on Wednesday, the 17th of March, and our side event on equal pay for women and the tools and policies to secure it, which is to take place on Monday, the 22nd of March. Let me also thank the panelists for their valuable presentation that reassures us about the importance of cooperation of all stakeholders on national, regional, international level, among governmental representatives and the civil society. All women voices should be listened to. However, it's time we stop counting the numbers of women involved and consider their full, equal, and meaningful participation to be nature. Even though we celebrated last year the 20th anniversary of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, much has to be done to ensure full participation of women on peacemaking and peace-building processes that will certainly lead to better stability and sustainability of our peace efforts. Last autumn, the government of the Czech Republic approved the second National Action Plan on the implementation of the 1325 resolution for 2021-2025. The aim is to ensure that the Czech Republic's efforts and activities in the field of peace and security adequately reflect current needs and priorities. It is not a cliché, but our conviction that mainstreaming gender equality is the only way to achieve a sustainable future based on the 3 pillars of the UN: peace and security, human rights, and development. I thank you.
Thank you, Marie. And now we go to Audra of Lithuania, followed by Ukraine and then Greece. Audra.
Thank you very much, Geraldine. And I would like to thank you and Juan Ramon, Ireland and Mexico, and all the co-sponsors for co-hosting this meeting, as well as the panelists for the invaluable insights. I shortened my remarks, and the full text will be put on the internet. So last year we marked 20 years since the anonymous adoption of the landmark resolution 1325. Despite some achievements along the way, we see that the implementation gaps persist. The numbers of women's representation in peace negotiation, mediation, and other peace-building efforts remain very low. Women are still very frequently denied access to decision-making, both in peacetime and conflict situation. Even when involved, they are disproportionately impacted by sexual and gender-based violence, including assaults, threats, abuse, and harassment, both online and offline. Only inclusive and equality-based peace process can be sustainable. Therefore, we must focus and finally overcome social, cultural, and political barriers that limit women's full, equal, and meaningful participation. We need appropriate gender-responsive reforms, strengthening normative, legal, regulatory frameworks. And for that, we most of all need political will to make a change. We must push for women's meaningful involvement, full participation, and adequate financial resources. On the same time, it is equally important to eliminate gender stereotypes that marginalize women and limit their involvement. We have to work on all levels, local, national, regional, and here at the United Nations. The UN should lead by the example. Having in mind that COVID-19 pandemic was a significant setback for gender equality in 2021, we must be even more determined in our efforts. One of the earliest occasions for us to demonstrate our determination to focus on women's inclusion and leadership is the upcoming 65th session of the Commission on the Status of Women. Lithuania, which now has gender-balanced government, remains fully committed to working together, ensuring that women are fully involved as equal partners in peace from the earliest stages in all peace and political process. Let us all choose to challenge. Thank you very much, Geraldine.
Thank you very much indeed, Audra. Now, colleagues, we have 8 speakers left for to make it by the deadline of 7 p.m. 8 permanent representatives, and I apologize to those who are inscribed after that. We'll have to ask you to submit your texts. So I now go to Ukraine, Sergey, followed by Greece, Maria, and Milenko of Chile. So Ukraine, Sergey.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Geraldine. We commend Ireland, Mexico, and all co-sponsors for making a good use of today's special date as an opportunity to consider further steps towards equal gender approach in UN-led peace processes. As the concept paper rightly points out, women's participation in peace processes remains unacceptably low. It is a matter of fact that the number of conflicts continues to grow, and the peaceful resolution of most of them remain a goal rather than a reality. We agree with you, Madam Chair, that our efforts should be built on the framework provided by the Resolution 1325. For Ukraine, commitments to promote the women and peace and security agenda have gained new importance since the beginning of the Russian aggression. The occupied territories of Crimea and parts of Donbass became home for multiplication of discriminatory practices, in particular repressions against those women whom the occupation forces suspect of supporting Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The provisions on gender justice and women's important role in conflict prevention and resolution have been included in a new draft law on the state policy for the transition period, aimed at reintegration of the currently occupied territories. The draft is now at the stage of public consultations. Ukraine fully supports the need for the UN to increase women's participation and leadership in peace and political processes it leads or co-leads, as well as in processes it supports. There should be a coupling of efforts made on both levels, the UN and its member states, including through fine-tuning of training activities and awareness programs. In conclusion, let me reiterate our strong belief that achieving full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in peace processes is an important part of our efforts to ensure respect for women's human rights and gender equality. And I thank you.
Thanks, Sergey, and you stayed within the time frame. Thank you. Now we go to Maria of Greece and then Milenko of Chile, followed by Jan of Romania. Maria.
Sorry for that. Thank you, Madam Chair, dear Geraldine. I would like first to comment on Ireland and Mexico are our two co-organizers for today's timely event. Greece firmly believes that meaningful gender equality, gender equal participation in decision-making at all levels constitutes an essential precondition for the design and implementation of gender-responsive policies, which subsequently will accelerate the achievement of substantive gender equality. In this regard, gender equal representation, participation, and leadership are deemed of paramount importance in peace process. The disproportionate impact of armed conflict and violence, including gender-based and sexual violence on women and girls, necessitates their voices and experiences being carefully listened to in order for justice to be served and peace to be promoted. Nonetheless, evidence illustrates that women today remain excluded to a great extent from conflict prevention, resolution, and peace-building efforts. In order to reverse this negative trend, the UN Secretary General, in its call to action, encourages the adoption of a feminist approach in this regard. Greece prioritizes gender equal representation, participation, and leadership as a cross-cutting issue which guides its domestic as well as foreign policy action. In this evident, in the National Action Plan on Gender Equality, which is currently being renewed for the period 2021-2025, as well as in the National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security, which is being finalized. Madam President, as a final note, I would like to underline the valuable contribution of women, young or marginalized, indigenous or women working at the grassroots level in peace and political processes. In fact, it is their substantive and meaningful inclusion in decision-making which can lead to long-lasting and sustainable peace and security. Thank you. And happy International Women's Day.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much. And now we go to Milenko of Chile, to be followed by Jan of Romania, Lachezera of Bulgaria, and then Ambassador Mohan Peiris of Sri Lanka. So we go now to Milenko.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Geraldine and Juan Ramon, for organizing this, and also our gratitude to all the members, the permanent missions who had made it possible. And we extend our gratitude to all the briefers and the panelists for the extremely relevant presentations. Women, Peace and Security Agenda constitute a fundamental normative and political framework for the protection of women's rights in the face of gender-based violence and sexual abuse in crisis and conflict situations, and for understanding the differentiated impact that this situation have on women. And the agenda provides us with important lessons regarding the relevance of women's full, equal, and meaningful participation and the incorporation of the gender approach at all stages and level of response to emergencies of any kind. And this implies going beyond number quotas and ensuring that more women are at the center of decision-making in peace and security matters. The full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in decision-making processes is a priority for Chile, to such an extent that in our constitutional process that will start in next month of April with the election of 170 members of the Assembly, the Constitutional Assembly, we will have a gender parity, full gender parity assembly, 50-50 for the first time in our history. And Chile also has taken decisive action for the development and implementation of the 1325 resolution through 2 successful national action plans, which responds to the new opportunities and challenges we face. And from 2004-2017, 248 Chilean women were deployed in MINUSTA in Haiti. We will also, to finalize, would like to highlight the Chile's role in the regional network of women mediators of the Southern Cone with Argentina, which is the first regional network of women mediators and peace builders. In order to conclude, because I will send the written statement, we think we must foster women's full, equal, and meaningful participation in decision-making process at all levels and ensuring they have a say in all decisions that affect them. Only then we can come close to a truly peaceful and inclusive society, which we know also brings with the sustainable development and growth. Thank you very much, Geraldine.
Thank you, Yarmolenko, and we look forward to seeing the statement. Now we have the ambassadors of Romania, Bulgaria, Sri Lanka with a big plea to keep to under 2 minutes if you can. We're really running out of time and we still have more colleagues. So Jan.
Thank you so much, Geraldine. Thank you, Juan Ramon. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, Romania believes that the Security Council Resolution 1325 is one of the most important commitments made at international level to advancing gender equality and acknowledging the vital role women can play in conflict prevention and resolution. Sadly, the COVID-19 pandemic has led to a rise in gender-based violence and stereotypes and suspended some of the vital work previously done to empowering women. Therefore, Romania calls for an increase in women's leadership and for women's equal and meaningful participation in all UN-led peace processes. My country strongly supports the efforts carried out by the Secretary General through his initiative Action for Peacekeeping, and Romania also co-sponsored the resolution on women in peacekeeping operations adopted last August by the Security Council. Madam Chair, Romania has been particularly active in engaging with UN initiatives and programs on gender equality. The President of Romania, His Excellency Mr. Klaus Iohannis, is one of the 10 heads of state in the world who act as champions of the He for She movement. I would also like to recall that in 2018, the Peacebuilding Commission, which that year was chaired by Romania, had on its annual session agenda the theme of empowering youth and women as agents of peacebuilding and sustaining peace in the Sahel region. The Romanian government adopted a national strategy and the national action plan for the implementation of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 for the period 2023, and the Ministry of National Defense was designated as national focal point for the WPS agenda. Romania promotes fair access for women, military or civilian personnel at all hierarchical levels to both leading and executive positions. Women participate in military operations, and there are no restrictions on women's presence in military forces, either in terms of performing combat roles, operating in hostile environments, or the selection for command and executive positions specific to permanent or temporary missions abroad. So in concluding, Madam Chair, my country has already reached a threshold of 18% military women and 22% police women deployed in UN peacekeeping operations. Moreover, we're increasing the number of security personnel trained to prevent and respond to sexual and gender-based violence, and expressed full support to the Secretary General's call on gender-based violence and COVID-19. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you, Geraldine.
Thank you, Jan. And we now go to Lachezara of Bulgaria, followed by Ambassador Pierce of Sri Lanka.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Bulgaria aligns itself with the statement of the European Union, as well as the statement made by Canada on behalf of the Group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security, which my country was happy to have recently joined. I would also like to express our appreciation to the organizers of today's ARIA Formula meeting and to the briefers for promoting the importance of women leadership and their full, equal, and meaningful participation in the UN-led peace processes. In March last year, Bulgaria adopted its first national action plan on women, peace, and security for the period 2020-2025, which was a critical step for my country's commitment to the WPS agenda. It is no coincidence that we work closely with Ireland, who is the champion in this field in the process of drafting the plan. We all have made some progress. However, positive developments are not to be taken for granted, and there is a lot more work to be done. It is crucial that we continue to break down social norms and gender stereotypes, limiting women's full, equal, and meaningful participation in peace processes. In this regard, the number of women in the Bulgarian defense system tends to increase gradually over the last half-decade, while female service persons participate in peacekeeping operations and missions abroad. Moreover, Bulgaria is the leading nation in the international projects Female Leaders in Security and Defense, implemented within NATO, which aims to enhance the capabilities and effectiveness of the armed forces by integrating gender equality in the planning, development, and training of forces. Any discussion on the role of women in the peace and security pillar without a specific focus on safety and gender-based violence is missing a critical dimension. That is why it is crucial to invest and provide women and girls with equal access to essential healthcare services, including sexual and reproductive health and rights. Despite their critical roles in advancing efforts to sustain peace and build social cohesion, women's NGOs continue to lack sufficient support in conflict-affected contexts. Bulgaria reaffirms its commitment to leveraging gender-oriented and women's empowerment network operating at the grassroots level to achieve equality, advancement, and inclusive political processes. The international community should continue striving to increase the number of women negotiators, mediators, and peace builders. This is essential not just because women need to be included, but because for any peace process to be successful, all members of the society need to be part of it. 50% of the global population cannot and should not be ignored. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now we have our final three speakers. So I go to the Ambassador of Sri Lanka, followed by Guatemala and Chad. So Ambassador of Sri Lanka, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, last year was a pivotal year for advancing gender equality, where we commemorated the 25th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and the Platform for Action considered the most progressive blueprint ever for advancing women's rights. The 20th anniversary of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, and the 5-year milestone in the path to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. While recognizing that vital steps have been taken by the global community towards achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls, we know that challenges and obstacles remain that stall the socio-economic and political development of women. I must, however, hasten to
Ambassador, should we come back to you?
No,
Are you okay?
No, I'm coming. I must, however, hasten, it was a little bit, sorry. I must, however, hasten to remind ourselves of the salutary warning by our Commissioner for Human Rights, Madame Bachelet, who had this to say: the Beijing Platform for Action was nothing short of a revolutionary. We should always celebrate it, but we must remind ourselves that the Beijing agenda is unfinished. The risks for setbacks are real and growing. She didn't stop there and went on to say, we must resist the challenges to the hard-won affirmation of what we know. Women's rights are human rights, and they are not negotiable. Human dignity cannot be dissected, compartmentalized, compromised, nor can it be the privilege of a few. I'm reminded of the words again of Malala Yousafzai, who said, and I quote, "I raise my voice not so I can shout, but so that other voices can be heard." We cannot succeed, I say, when half of us are all held back, unquote. This surely, Madam Chairman, must be the reason that for 20 years since the adoption of the WPS agenda was adopted, we still feel that women are being held back. What can we do to accelerate this process? How can we assure the enhanced leadership and participation of women in peace processes and political engagements. Sri Lanka is proud to have a long association with the United Nations in peacekeeping. Operations they've served as members of the 1956 Advisory Committee that led to the establishment of the first classical peacekeeping mission. With over 20,000 Sri Lankan peacekeepers having served in the UN peacekeeping missions across the world, providing critical services to conflict-affected communities in the most difficult and dangerous terrains, they are widely recognized for their valor and capabilities and appreciated by the UN peacekeeping missions they serve in. Over the years, Sri Lanka has consistently made efforts to encourage women peacekeepers, and currently we have 12 women peacekeepers serving in the South Sudan hospitals. We believe that women peacekeepers improve overall peacekeeping performance, have greater access to communities, help in promoting human rights and the protection of civilians, and encourage women to become a meaningful part of the peace and political process. As Kathy Calvin, the UN Foundation President and CEO, put it, we should rededicate ourselves to ensuring that every girl is educated, healthy, skilled, and empowered. Investing in them today is investing in our tomorrow. So, Madam Chairman, let us pledge today to do much more than pay lip service to all these ideals, but work towards a real change for the women of the world, to whom we owe a debt of gratitude for the continued existence of mankind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now we have negotiated 5 minutes grace, so we have 2 colleagues left to speak, Luis of Guatemala and Aziza of Chad, and I ask you both to just use your 2 minutes so I can in 1 minute wrap up without breaking the law entirely. So now, Luis of Guatemala.
Thank you, Ambassador Geraldine, and thanks to Ireland and Mexico and the panelists for this important meeting to celebrate International Women's Day. We have seen the meaningful participation by women measurably strengthens protection efforts, accelerates economic recovery, deepens peace-building efforts, and leads to sustainable peace. Guatemala considers of paramount importance the full involvement of women in decision-making processes at all levels, taking into account that they play a key role essential for the consolidation of lasting peace. When we are talking about equal and meaningful participation of women, we need to bring to the table the Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. Last year, we celebrated the 20th anniversary of this adoption, which was a day that not only recalled what has been done, but also provided an opportunity to evaluate what remains to be done to close the gaps and ensure more inclusive and peaceful societies. Consistent political support at the international and national levels remains essential to protect the gains to achieve women's empowerment and equality. From Guatemala's perspective, the national action plans provide a valuable tool for states to implement their commitments, providing an opportunity for national stakeholders to identify priorities, determine responsibilities, allocate resources, and initiate strategic actions within a defined time frame to deliver policies and programs that respond to the needs and priorities of women in conflict-affected countries. The timely protection and active participation of women and girls are inextricably linked and mutually reinforced, as reflected in all resolutions on women, peace, and security. Guatemala remains steadfast in supporting women's role as agents of change and reiterates that the UN can assist in the promotion and empowerment of women's participation in peace building and sustaining peace activities. For instance, through the PVC as a platform to convene all relevant actors, including civil society and women's groups, to further strengthen cooperation and promote good practices, in particular through capacity and institution building. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to, last but not least, proverbial, to Aziza. You have the floor, Aziza. Aziza, we don't hear you. Are you still with us, the Ambassador of Chad? maybe Aziza is no longer with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe we made it just to 2 minutes on the clock after 7 o'clock for what has really been an extraordinary afternoon. I want to say before I formally wrap up that our two extraordinary peace builders, those at the coalface who know what this feels like to be at a peace table, are with us still, Rasha and Brona. So I'm going to give you 1 minute each before I wrap up and thank everyone, because you are the real example of the women who keep on working even when the lights go down, you're still there. So I'm very grateful that you stayed with us. So Rasha and then Brona for 1 minute each.
Thank you so much. I just want to leave you with the words that I don't want to meet again in a meeting like this to call up for women's participation. We need to transform all these amazing words and into measurable actions. And I hope that this will become a reality and we'll start seeing women and achieve the gender equality in the world. So thank you so much for today. And I hope that we will not wait for another 20 years to reassess this moment, and we will really find women be in the spaces that they deserve. Thank you.
Well, here, Rasha, I can see over 100 participants still with us, and there's a big virtual applause for what you just said. Brona.
Yes, I can't say any better than that. I was extremely encouraged by the level of support, and not only that, but the level of really focusing on some specific actions and barriers that have to be addressed. In fact, the words are we need to move forward on this. We all need to choose to challenge. I think from Lithuania came that, to choose to challenge, and we all sit with this responsibility. I just want to say thank you to Ireland and Mexico, and also particularly that women globally welcome your leadership in this, and particularly women in Northern Ireland, I have to pay tribute, welcome Ireland's leadership and thinking about us in this programme. So thank you very much.
Brona, thank you again. Again, inspirational wrap up. So I just want to say very simple but most sincere thank you to all of our briefers today. Also to Mexico, Alicia is with us, our co-chair in WPS. Thank you, Alicia. Our 11 co-sponsors and every single member state who spoke today. I agree, this is one of the most substantive and richest conversations we've had on this critical issue. I think there is momentum behind the effort we made today, which is to ensure the full, equal and meaningful participation of women in peace talks, particularly driven by the UN. If I'll take a moment of indulgence to thank Mission Control at the Irish Permanent Mission to the UN also, who kept me on the straight and narrow through this evening. Thanks to every single one of them, are really super guiding the spaceship home at the end of the evening. Look forward to joining you all, and to all who stayed with us through this marathon, 4 hours. We did it because it's worth it. We did it because we believe this actually can make a real difference. So thank you, each and every one of you, and stay safe. Look forward to seeing you in person before too long. Take care. Bye-bye.